Bonsoir, monsieur. Bonsoir, madame. That's the only French I know. Good evening, guys. How you doing? Thanks for joining me on tonight's live stream. Okay, nice to see so many in straight at the beginning. I get a real kick out of that, you know. I remember in the early days when I did a stream, I'd start and sort of 5 or 10 people came in after about 10, 15 minutes. Now, as soon as I start, there's nearly 100 in. It's great. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Okay, we'll start as we mean to go on. I've got a packed stream this evening. I don't know how long it's going to go on for. I've got a load of beer in the cooler. I've got the little whiskey bottle there. I've got the Ladyboy competition for much later on this evening. I've got the Guess the Thai Girl out of the Southeast Asian Girls. I've got Joke of the Week. I've got some funny clips. I've got some old adverts. It should be a good stream tonight. So let's start as we always do. And I've got one or two bits of news. There isn't too much going on in the way of news, new things going on in Thailand as far as everything to do with the Thailand Pass and that. There's not much really. So we're not going to let that tie us down tonight, but we'll say hi to everyone. We'll start as we mean to go on. And if you've just joined us, welcome once again. Okay, so let's say hi to Matthew Alcorn, all regulars now. Good little community built up here, I think now. Mazza, how are you doing? Yesterday's news, today's BS. Yeah, how you doing? James Casey, a real regular now. Good to see you in, mate. Guns and Pleb, yeah, thank you for that. Gemini Star, how you doing? Colin Bullions, is Peter doing a live feed tonight? I think he is. Right, and that's obviously a bit of an old message. Crypto Chris Card, yeah, how you doing? Gary Russell, hi Peter, have a good one. Yeah, it's really hot today, guys. If you're not in the UK, I mean, for us, you know, in the UK we like talking about the weather. That's because we never have any. It was summertime last Wednesday, but apparently we're going to have a good weekend. It's been hot today. I'm not in my usual polo shirt, and believe it or not, guys, I'll just stand up here and you can see I am wearing the quite colourful patio shorts. There you go, and that's very rare. Normally on the weekends I've got on a pair of jogging bottoms or something, but it is hot. The fan's on the go there, so I hope that's not disturbing the sign too much. I have put a bit of weight on again, haven't I? Have to do something about that. Right, Prior 9, how are you doing? Black Bolt, nice to see you in nice and early. Happy Friday, guys, to everybody. Yeah, as I say, it's a real sort of community here now. Most of us are regular. Well, most of you guys, of course, I'm a regular. It wouldn't be I wouldn't be doing the stream otherwise. Right, Del Boy K, hi Peter and all. Wow, the lady in this picture must have a bad back. Yeah, the lady in the yellow bikini. I do like to try and find a nice looking Thai lady to kind of lift the spirits up before the stream. And to those who get offended by you know, the big juggernauts, and sorry, but I'm not going to stop. Dave Andrew, hi Peter, back from right. Let me put that up. Dave Andrew says, back from Thailand now. Was on Koh Chang for 4 weeks. Fantastic flights. Yeah, that's good. Funny enough, Dave, I was looking at flights seriously yesterday because now I'm really starting to get itchy feet again. It's getting closer and closer. And I was talking to somebody earlier. The cheapest flight I managed to, I'll only go direct, as you know. I won't go through the Middle East, 2 hours in Dubai and all that. I'm too long on the tooth now. But I looked at flights seriously, and the best sort of deal I could see for a direct flight, and not with somebody like Scoot, where you pay for your sandwiches and you're packed in like sardines. The best economy ticket I found was on Thai Airways at £830 direct return, going out at 9:30 when I like it to go out, and coming back at 1 o'clock in the morning, which I also like. The reason I want to go with Thai Airways is because I'll probably extend. I'll probably book it, like go out and book 1 month to come back. But when I'm out there, 1,000 baht, you can book it very easily. They've got English agents in Bangkok. You phone them up. And the last ticket I had, it was a cheap ticket. They told me this, and it's etched in stone. If I miss a flight, that's it. There's no changes. There's no refunds. And in Thailand, they said, yeah, we'll give you 3 months. We'll leave it open for 3 months. So that's 830. But on average, they were about 1,320, most of the flights. And what I also had to do, I normally like to fly out on a Sunday and fly back on a Sunday. But if you go on somewhere like Net Flights or Skyscanner or Cheap Flight, something like that, if you do the flexible 2 or 3 days each way, like the flight, when I said Sunday out, Sunday back, it was 1,320. But when I was flexible and said, okay, because I don't need to go out on a Sunday, I just like to go out on a Sunday, I managed to find a flight that goes out on a Wednesday and it comes back on a Tuesday, and that dropped it right down to 8:30. So for August, that's not bad at all. Not bad. Right, Paul Shackleton, hi to you. Danish Bacon, good man, always in, can rely on you. You're in every stream going about Thailand. Yeah, and I did see your message earlier where you said only 12 hours to go. To be, not to be. Yeah, how you doing? Paul Shackleton. You're right. You're talking to be or not to be, or not or just to be, not to be. But hi to you, Paul. Dave Andrew again. Hi, Peter. Back. Is that the same one? I think you've written that twice. Right. No name. Hi. How you doing? Orno P. Good evening. 3 more weeks and I'll be off to Thailand. The only reason I'm going in August because I've still got this council contract where I'm taking these kids to school. That doesn't end until the 3rd week in July. Then I need a couple of weeks. I had some. I've got to wait for my mortgage advisor to get back to me again next week. Now it looks like I'm not going to sell my house. I'm actually going to rent it out, keep the asset, remortgage it to the hilt, give my wife that money, and then I'll keep this asset. And hopefully it'll build up. It's an asset, isn't it? It's always good to keep assets. Leeds, how you doing, mate? Red Pill Denmark. Yeah, Aiden. Hi. Paul Shackleton. Oh, before we go on, I thought with this picture behind me, does anybody know where it is? It's not in a really obscure area. If you know Bangkok quite well, you might recognize it because of the shop on the left there. It's I don't want to give it away, but it's not. I mean, it's not Nana around there, but it's a touristy area. So I mean, it's not like 20 miles out the city. Does anybody know where that is? Do you want to have a shot at that? As soon as I get a right answer, I'll change it and put some nice girls in the background. All right, so we'll leave it there for a while. Right, hi to Asef Shaikh. I always pronounce your name wrong. I think I know it's Asef Shaikh. I think it is. Handsome Peter. Good evening, sir. Yeah, thank you. Very polite you are. Right, Shano Traveller, how you doing? A cold in Melbourne, Shen. It's very hot in the UK today. Great stuff. You'll see I'm in a very thin top and shorts tonight because those polo shirts look nice, but they're a little bit thick. Cool. Steve P, cheers, Peter. Charles Sanders, hi everybody and everybody. Great to be together. Yeah, Matthew again. Hi. These must be quite old, these messages. Let me get down to some new ones. Rob Zapone, how you doing? Good to see you in as well. Stringer, did I say hi to you? Paul Thompson, tad warm here though the day. Is it tad warm here through the day? Yeah, it was very warm today. Apparently we're gonna have a good weekend. Paul Hoskin, yes, you are a regular, Paul. Indeed, you are probably one of the main regulars. Wandering Soul, Peter is on regular. Well, you put Peter as a regular on this channel. Yeah, I am. I have to be here. But hasn't Ed been doing a lot of streams? Ed Sweeney's. I think he did one on. I know he did one before me last Friday, and then he did one, I think, on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He did one, and then he put out a post yesterday saying he's not doing one last night. But I think he's like a race course at the trap. He's been out every night doing like I couldn't do it. I'd run out of things to talk about. But fair play to him. Before we go on, I just want to say a big shout out, as always, to Noel. You know by now, Noel's a blind man. He listens to the show. Obviously, he can't see the Ladyboy competition thing like that, but he does enjoy the show. He always writes to me. So, Noel, I know you're out there because you did email me earlier. So, big shout out to you, mate. I hope you're going to enjoy what you can hear of it anyway. So, and I hope the weather's good where you are. All right, Noel? All the best, mate. Right, Nick T, hi to you. And, guys, if you're sitting with somebody you want me to give a shout out to, a wife, girlfriend, especially if you've got a Thai girlfriend, I'll give her a shout out. That'll be quite fun for her. Dave Dorman, hi, Pete. How's it hanging? It's hanging very well, Dave. Frankel's in the house, in the back there, moderating. I'm watching you lot in Holland. He's in Holland. You know, Frankel does, he drives an articulated lorry, so he does a lot of work with bands. He was with Deacon Blue a couple of weeks ago, and some other people I've never heard of, but he drives all the equipment, and I think he's in Berlin at the moment, but of course, now he's kind of doing the stream for me, but I think he said he's back on Sunday. So I hope you have a good one out there, Franco, in Berlin. Right, gorgeous Thailand, flying at 12:30 on Sunday with Thai 690. That's a good price. Yeah, I'm jealous actually that you go on this Sunday. I just can't do anything because I've got to do the job. But the sooner you go, the sooner you're coming back. That's the problem, isn't it? I'm hoping to get out for August and September. Come back for June, July. Hang on, July, August. Yeah, I'm hoping to get out for say August, September. Maybe come back for October and then head out there again November. Come back just before Christmas. Go out. I'm going to spend a lot of time out there now, guys. I've been squirreling my pennies away. All these super chats that you've been giving me over the weeks, they add up, you know. And I haven't I always say it's for the beer fund, but I've been squirreling all that cash away, you know, and I'm going to use it in Thailand. So, you know, thanks in advance for that. That wasn't a hint because Citizen Mikey's just come in and give me a fiver. But you always do, Citizen Mikey. Hi, Peter. How are the Thai lessons going? Yeah. Okay. So how the Thai lessons go? Not a great question. I've put them on hold because the girl who does the Thai lesson with me, she's really good. She needs the money at the moment, and I sent her 1,000 baht. I'm going to make a story in about 3 weeks. I met this Thai teacher online, and I fell in love with her. I said, no, it's not like that. No, what it is, she's a really nice girl. She actually invited me to her wedding. Her husband's she's only 25. Her husband's a lawyer, believe it or not. And she invited me to her wedding. And I said, look, you know, it's up country somewhere. And I said, look, I don't know anybody, but I'll be a bit shy, but thanks anyway. And the lessons, I've put them on hold because I think really you need to be in country. You need to be hearing it every day. When I get back to Thailand, when I step off the plane, it suddenly comes back to me because I already speak a lot anyway, but not fluently. And what I find is when I'm in the UK, I have to struggle to remember Thai. But as soon as I hit Thailand, it just comes back like that. So I've said to her name's Oi. That's how you pronounce it, Oi. So her name's Oi, and I've said to her, look, Oi, it's pointless me doing it at the moment. It's not about the money. I said, I will get in touch with you when I get back. And I sent her 1,000 baht and said, go and have a dinner with you and your boyfriend. Thanks, and I'll speak to you soon. I spoke with Apple, the taxi driver. She texts me a few times, when you coming back? When you coming back? Because she thinks it's like when I say I'm coming back, it's like I'm coming back in a week. Right? Oh, did she hooter again? Right, let's get everybody in a good mood before we start. I will carry on saying hi, everyone. Nearly 300 in the stream now, so let's put everyone in a good mood. Let's do something for fun. I think we'll call this section Manga's 30 seconds. We'll have a Manga 30 second every week. So that's you guys taken care of. Right, I must say thank you to Angels Cabell because you do this every week. And I do appreciate it. Wes, you managed to get into the stream tonight. I'll say hello to you in a sec. Yeah, Angels Cabell, thank you, mate. I do appreciate it. You do it every week. And that's gone straight in the Thailand pot. Okay, Wes, I've got your story, mate. I've put it in the folder for the story. So I will be reading it out at some point. Good morning, Peter. Managed to drag myself out of bed after 4 hours, freezing in Melbourne, 8C. Well, it's quite warm here. We're having a bit of a hot one here in the UK, which is very, very unusual. Thanks for that, Wes. I've had a good response to these stories. Do you remember I said that I was low on stories? I've had quite a lot of stories sent in over the last sort of week, 10 days. So I'm okay for the moment now. But, as always, I can never have too many stories. Let me just say hi to a few people I haven't right said hello, but I will say from Paul, I send money to all my bar girlfriends. Yeah. I'll tell you what I'm going to talk about a little bit as well. We'll get into some serious stuff in a minute. I think it's going to be a minimum 2 hours tonight, guys. I don't know how long it's going to go on, but I'm all set. I've got all my bits and pieces, so I'm in the mood for a good late night stream tonight. So let's get into it. What I want to talk about, just really briefly, that company Wise, they used to be called TransferWise. Let me just get rid of that and let me put these up while I'm talking. Okay, I'm not going to do a promotional selling you bit. I'm just going to give you some useful information when I stop poking about with my nose. Right. So this company Wise, if you haven't heard of them, most people have heard of them. They used to be called TransferWise. And they're a great way to send money to Thailand. Now, for some reason, you can't use them to send money from Thailand out of Thailand. I don't know why. But if you're one of those guys who like to send a little bit of money to a friend, let's say in Thailand, I think just about everybody does it. Not, people. It's not only like simpletons who get trapped in, these bar girl stories. There are a lot. I know a lot of guys who they want to help people. They might know a girl who works in a bar, or they know the Mama San, or they've got a favorite motorbike, not a motorbike rider, but just girls who work in certain places. And they've built up a friendship over here. I'm not going to name names, but there's a guy I know. He sends a Mama San regular, about 5,000 baht a month. He's not a poor man, put it that way. But he does that not because he wants to have her as a girlfriend or he's getting roped into anything. He's friends with her, and she went through a hard time in the pandemic, and it gave him pleasure to be able to send her this money. And I know there's a lot of guys who do this. So this company called Wise, they're a really good way to send money because it's clever what they do. They don't charge you a fee for converting pounds to Thai baht. Like, if you do it from your bank, you'll get charged a fee from your bank for doing it. Then you'll get charged the conversion rate to change it from pounds to Thai baht, and then you'll get charged at the other end from the receiving bank. Well, the way Wise do it, and they're very, very clever, what they do, so say I want to send, I don't know, £100 to Thailand, and there'll be Knock in Bangkok who's coming to England. She needs 100 English pounds. And what they do, they swap the money over. So there's no fees as far as that side of it goes. And the reason I'm talking about it today is because I've discovered something that I didn't know about, because I've used them for a long time. I sent a lot of money over to Simon when we were going to invest in a business. I've had it back now because we changed our minds, or it didn't work out. And I sent over about £20,000, and I think I paid something like £90 in fees. But they do a debit card. And with this debit card, you have to load it up first. But the fees are really cheap, because, you know, when you're in Thailand, if you use any ATM machine, any card, there's a standard fee of 220 baht, which is about £5.50. It doesn't matter whether you take 1,000 baht or 20,000 baht out, you pay that standard £5.50, for instance, right? You can't get away from that. But you've also got transaction fees and other fees. I don't know exactly what the fees are yet, but I know this Wise card is a lot lower. And I'm going to make a video about it, but I've got to do some more research on it. I know other people have done it, but I'm going to do it because I want to get my facts and figures straight. But the reason I'm telling you about it today is because I applied online for their debit card. I got it overnight, obviously zero balance. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put £2,000 in there. And when I'm in Thailand, it gives me another get out of jail clause, you know, because I've already got a Halifax debit card. I've got a Lloyd's debit card. I've got a MasterCard credit card. But I've now got this Wise debit card. I'm going to load £2,000 onto it. It's there for an emergency if I need it. And then if I don't want to get back to England, I'll just take the money back, and it's minimal charges. So there is a link in the description, guys, on this, in the description for this stream, and there will be in every story from now on. But if you're interested, click the link and that'll take you to Wise's homepage. And not now, but obviously when you've got time tomorrow or something. They're very, very good for sending money to Thailand. Right, let's get rid of the exchange rates, and there's the daily figures for this week. Down slightly from last week. Okay, let's say hello to a few more people. Let's get rid of that. I just want to also say hi to a new member there. I don't know. I don't think he's in now, but he might watch this on the reruns. So welcome to Mohammed Morsili, is it? I hope I got your name right. New member there. Thanks for joining. Okay, let's get back into the comments. Where are we? Mark Hanley, Pete, Apple and you, Nat and Dave. I don't think so. I don't think so, Matt. No, I wouldn't get caught out like that. John Hobson, Tim in Thailand. Thank you. Been chatting for months. Okay. Neil, picture is looking down Ceylon from Rama 4, Dusit Thai Junction. Yeah, absolutely, Neil. Well done. I thought that would be quite difficult, but you have got it. That is, if you don't know Ceylon, it's Pat Pong. But Neil, I'll put your answer up there, and I'll change the picture now. You're right. You can see Neil's answer there. It's looking down Ceylon from Ramaphore, Dusit Junction. And just, yeah, well done, Neil. I'll change that now. Just a little bit of trivia there. Ceylon actually means four wind or winds. If you think when you're counting in Thai, noon song, si, ha. So si is four, isn't it? So si. Lom is wind, so Ceylon is four wind. Little bit of trivia there. Right, let's put some nice picture up here for you now. And as usual, it's the lovely ladies from Hooters, and quite lovely they are. Right, okay. Wandering Soul. I get the Mama San to send me 5,000 baht. Yeah, I wish. Chugsy, how you doing? Nice long message. Let's put it up. Wise was helpful for being able to sleep at night, knowing it helped her during this challenge time. No more long distance relationships. Keep it transaction, boys, less hassle. Yeah, no, I mean, I won't go on about this, but I always say, oh, I knew a guy this happened to, or I know a guy this happened, but I know a lot of guys who use Wise to send money to friends. They're girls, but they're not, you know, they've just known them a long time. You know, it might be that he goes into a certain bar on Soy 7 every time he's there, and he knows one particular girl. There's no relationship going on. It might be a girl who works behind the bar, but they've gone through a difficult time for the last 2 years. I can't say anything that I've done, obviously, because I'm a married man. But I know a lot of guys have been sending the odd, couple of thousand baht here and there, £50. I nearly mentioned somebody else that I know has done it, but I'm not going to mention any names. Right, Black Bolt. Hang on, I'm going mad with the comments there. Right, Black Bolt. Peter, you use TransferWise. Welcome to the club, sir. Yeah, thanks. Now they're in. I don't know about because you're in the States, but in the UK they're just called Wise now, and it's WISE. Maybe it's different in the States, but yeah, I think most Thai vet, so you could call us now with the stripes. I think most of us are using Wise, but remember, you can't use it to send money out of the country. It's very difficult to get money out of the country. But I do know a place on Sukhumvit where you can actually get sterling, US dollars. It's totally illegal, but I know where you can do it. I'm not going to mention it here. Right, Jesse Hughes, must admit, was a little surprised at 7,000 baht for a long time in Phuket. 7,000 baht, Jesus Christ! Did she have two of them? A cape hanging over it? I think no, I think you're ripped off there, mate. Honestly, to be honest with you, I mean the going rate now, from what I hear, the going rate now is from anywhere freelancer 1,000. We're talking ST, right? Short time freelancer 1,000, bar girl 1,500 to 2,000. Bar fine, beer bar anywhere from 300, not 300, say 500, yeah, 300 to 500 bar fine. You know, they'll ask you for 2,000. You can get away with 1,500, but 7,000, that's eye watering. That's excruciating. Did you pay it? Right, Max Fight. Wise charge £5 for the car. Yeah, you're right. They do. Yeah, because you have, when you apply for it, you have to load money onto it. I put £20 on, and then they charge you a £5 for the card, which you'll save tenfold if you send money to Thailand regular. And it's a good get out of jail card, as I say. I mean, I know I've got an extra card in my pocket. I can take 80,000 baht out on it if I load it up, which I will. And if I don't use it, I'll just take it out, or I'll leave it there till I go next time. And to make the card active, you've actually got to use it at chip and pin somewhere. So where did I use mine today? Oh, I went to Morrison's to do some shoppings, and I had fish and chips in Morrison's, which wasn't the best, and it was expensive, but it was about £8 because I had a couple of slices of bread and butter, and I used my Wise card, so that's it activated now. Daniel Mills says, I always take about 2050s. Yeah, I mean, the higher the donation, I can't even get the bigger the note, let's say it that way. The bigger the note, the better the rate you get. But everybody takes out cash. I always, like, if I go out for 2-3 weeks, I'll take 2-3 grand out. I always take out more than I'm going to spend. And I usually, if I take 3,000, I'll come back with £800. But the cards are the safety net, aren't they? I was talking to a guy tonight who said that he does it the other way around to me. So he'll take cash out, but he won't touch his cash. He uses cards. He doesn't mind paying the fee because he knows he's got that 3 grand sitting in his suitcase or whatever. I do it the other way around. I use the cash and I've got 3 cards. And like I said to him, the chances of every bank's ATMs going down at one time is very unlikely, isn't it? And of course, I've got friends. If I really got on a shit, I could say, look, do me a favor, take 50,000 baht out for me in cash. And when I get back to the UK, I'll transfer it. And they're good friends and they wouldn't hesitate. They've got it for one and they know I wouldn't try and stitch them up. Okay. Right. Happy. Your comment's been withheld by YouTube. I can read it. It says, oh, no. Yeah. Okay. You said it was lined with gold. Let's hope so for 7,000 baht. A Tim in Thailand. Sounds good. All right, you're talking to someone else. Taxi to Loud. Right. Do you need a Thai bank account to use Wise? No, you don't. You don't need a Thai bank account. I don't have a Thai bank account. Or do you just withdraw from Wise card or use card to pay? Well, there's a couple of things you can do. So with Wise, once you've got your account set up for sending money, it's really easy. You just go onto their page, set up a username and a password. So you're in. You've got an account basically. And then it will say, who do you want to send money to? And you only need to set it at once. So say you've got a girlfriend you want to send money to every month or every week, whatever. Well, not every week, but every month. So what you do, they'll want obviously her name, her bank details, sort code, the usual crap, her full address. And once that's saved, that's it then. And then, like for me, with my English teacher, I was paying her £10.75. It's a funny figure. I won't get into it here because we come off another platform. And it worked out about 400 and something baht. I think it was 460. So I set her up once. And then every time I had a Thai lesson, it just says repeat transfer. And I just put click and it went to her from my bank. So when you do your first one, it'll ask you how you want to load the money onto, how you want to send the money. You just say from my bank account. You'll click, you'll put your bank in, which again, it holds all the information. You tell it how much you want to send, and it's literally in their account within, I'd say, 15 seconds. I've been online with my teacher, my Thai teacher, Al, I have to say it right. I've been online with her, and I said, right, I'll send you the money now. And I've been there talking to her, and I say, hang on a minute, click, 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 and it says money's transferring, bang, and she says, oh yeah, and she sends me a screenshot. It is that fast. So you don't need well, in answer to the question, you're saying, do you need a Thai bank account? So if you're sending the money to people, then they're getting it in their Thai bank account. but I would imagine you don't need a Thai bank account because you can send it to somebody who's got, well, if it's in Thailand, it will be a Thai. Let me look into it and I'll do the video. But the other part of the question, if you've got the debit card, the whole point of that is, so you get this debit card, you load up however much, you might only want to put £1,000 on it, emergency money, right? So you go on there, you go into where it says debit card, it will say, put money on my debit card. You'll take it from your bank onto your debit card. So it's £1,000. You've now got a debit card with £1,000 on it. If you're in Thailand, you need money, go to any ATM, stick that Wise card in, up to 30,000 baht Bangkok bank, 20,000 baht any other bank, and you'll withdraw from that £1,000. It's a great extra card, you know, a safety net, as it were. All right. Okay, let's move away from this Wise subject now and talk about something else. 350 and not bad because it's quite warm today. I wasn't sure how many we'd have in. Toby Price, don't trust the Pacific Cross, Peter. I'm now in a dispute with them over 100,000 baht. They say it's not covered. I had 5 million coverage. Watch the small print. I've actually got a guy in Vietnam who spent 30 years in the insurance game, and he said to me, he said, look, well, when you take out this insurance, before you sign it off, send me all the paperwork. He said, I know what to look for, and he's going to go through it with me. I haven't made up my mind 100% if I am going to go with insurance. What I might do, I might whack £20,000 away. I mean, it's like I got money, like I pick £10 notes off a tree in the garden. I don't, but I can get funds from other way. I can move my, I don't want to go into my personal things, but I'm kind of thinking I'm fairly healthy. I know I'm 62 and anything could happen, but I'm fairly healthy. I don't have any conditions. And I'm kind of thinking, do I stick, you know, 300,000-400,000 in a bank account and just leave it there in case anything happens? Or do I pay the £100 a month and then something like happens to you, happens to me? Toby, look, I'll put my email address up here. Drop me a quick email. I mean, we can talk online or WhatsApp or whatever. You know, I'd be interested to find out what's going on. That's my email address on screen. Drop me a quick email. Let me know what's happened. It would be interesting to know. I don't want to bore everybody here, but as I'm seriously thinking of going with them, I would like to hear your story, okay? And if this isn't on long enough, you can always pause it or go back to it. Okay. Dutch Frank, hey, how are you? Another good regular. John Hobson, a Tim in Thailand, who knows? Okay, a lot of private conversations going on here. Right. Gorgeous Tyler says £100 a day for a 3 weeks holiday sounds about right. You know, I've said this so many times because people ask about a budget when they go on holiday. The big factor about how much you're going to spend is what kind of a tourist you are. Now, if you're a Manga, your bill is going to double, triple to the ordinary someone who's just going to lay on a beach, because that eats up a lot of money, doesn't it? Ladies' drinks, bar fines, compensation for the girl. But yeah, £100 a day, 4,000 baht. I can do that quite easily. I used to do half of that a few years ago. Tom Young Guy, hi, how you doing? Taxi to Lao, hi to you as well. Gold 26, right? I haven't seen you in the stream tonight. Why is this great for debit card payments? I used it every day on Food Panda when I was quarantined in Phuket for 10 days and had to pay for all orders online. Well, funny enough, you saying that, well, I did exactly the same as you, but I didn't have a Wise card there. So I was using my I was using my Halifax debit card. And of course, the way at the time I thought, well, I've got COVID, I'm stuck in a room, I'm not going to starve to death. If I end up paying £20 in fees for the week, so be it. But you know, if you can get away with that, that's why I've applied for the Wise card. But like I say, guys, there's a link in the description. When you're ready later, just click on it, hold the page, you can read up about it. So simple to set up. Right, Dutch Frank says there is a £200 euro withdrawal limit from Wise debit card a month after you need to pay extra fees. Yes and no, because you can actually go into the settings and you can say lift my, because they set it up to quite a low limit, but you can actually take it up to a higher limit than that. I don't know about the fees if it's over 200. Like I say, let me go off and research it for a couple of days, really get my facts and figures straight, and I'll make a dedicated video about Wise, the debit card charges, limits, all the rest of it. Because you know, it's like, guys, if I start spurting out numbers here, I'm going to get all the armchair critics come in and say, oh yeah, that's not right, get your facts straight. Talking of armchair critics, talking of our armchair critics, you know, any YouTuber when they're on, they always have a little, including me, we always have a little whine, a little moan about a troll we've had in the week or something like that. Believe it or not, guys, we do get satisfied customers, satisfied viewers. Now, let me just put this picture up because this is a picture I've got hold of this week. And this is a very, very satisfied viewer on Thailand Bound. I won't tell you who it is. I'll let people guess. It's somebody who's in the stream quite often. But as you can see from the picture behind him, he's a real Thai fanatic. He's got a Thai girlfriend that he's been with for 16 years. Hasn't seen her for 2 years. That's him in his house. I talk to him regular. He's very proudly holding my new book in his hand there, a signed book that I sent to him. Who do you think that is? Who's that nutter there? But he is a happy camper, as they say. And I know he'll be thrilled to bits to see that tonight. All right. Okay. Right. I haven't seen you for a while. Cowboys Vic episodes. Hi all. Yeah, good to see you back. Okay. Paul Hoskins says, press one if you're a manga like me. Dog, good to see you in tonight again. Hi, Peter. Can a foreigner get a Thai bank account? Now, this is an interesting one because I had a discussion with somebody today. You know, Simon and I, we've got this, we work with these agents. We can get you retirement visas, things like that. Well, I didn't know. Somebody told me, let me just put this super chat up. I'll keep it there. I won't put it up because I'll forget. Let me just put it up. I've already forgot your question. Can a foreigner have a Thai bank account? I always thought no, because I always thought you couldn't get one on a tourist visa. I thought you had to have like either a retirement visa, a work permit, some kind of long stay visa. I thought you could, because I've not really looked into it. When I lived in Thailand, I had a Thai bank account, but I can't remember because it was years and years ago that I actually lived there. And somebody was telling me that if you pay an agent, they can actually get you a Thai bank account. So that's something I'm going to look into because it's always handy to have a Thai bank account, isn't it? Right. Red Fox has sent me a $10 super sticker. Thank you, Red Fox. I appreciate that. And I can't remember seeing you in the stream before, but welcome in anyway. Okay. Clive, you're in. Gemini Star, hey, dude. Yeah. I wonder where you were. Nino, as flights are getting so expensive, I can't imagine going there on cheap Charlie mode. If you pay over €1,000 to get there, make at least the best of it. Well, Thailand isn't ultra cheap anyway, is it? Unless you live like a Thai or out in the sticks or somewhere. We've talked about this before, but you know what you've got to remember is aviation fuel has doubled like every other fuel, and you know they've got to increase their tickets. You know what? Like I said last week, you either pay it or you don't go. There's no sort of in between. John Hobson, is it? That's gone. What is it? You have insurance. You'll get dealt with. If I'm ill, I'm not taking the risk without it. Well, you're not taking a risk if you've got the cash, are you, John? So there's two trains of thought here. You can either fully max out on the insurance, get a good one, but like the other guy said, I forgot his name. You know, insurance companies tend to have this policy of automatically turning down a claim, making you fight for it, and then they might pay out, mightn't they? So, you know, you might be lucky that you have an illness where they can't really deny it and say, okay, fair enough, we'll pay it up. But the other way of doing it, if you've got the cash, is to say, well, okay, I'm not going to bother insurance, but I've got 500,000 baht sitting in an account. 100,000 baht is about £2,500, right? So times 5, what's that? 5. So say if you say £10,000, if you've got investments and savings, you say, right, okay, this £10,000, I'm going to earmark this for if I ever get really ill, and you put that in a bank account where you have instant access to it if something happens, because they'll bring the card machine to you at your hospital bed when you're laying there half unconscious. They'll bring you a card machine before they do anything, and that's the other train of thought, isn't it? So that if you don't get ill, then you haven't spent any money, £100 a month, £1,200 a year. And if you do get ill, you've got the money sitting there and you'll guarantee the treatment. That's the other way of thinking. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. Right, Jess Hughes, thank you for that super chat. Have a drink from me, Peter. Thank you for everything. Yeah, let me put that up there. Thank you, Jess. Is it too early for a beer, guys? How long we've been going? Oh, 34 minutes, maybe not. I might leave it for another half an hour because I think it's going to be a bit of a longer one tonight. Not 4 hours, that's for sure. Right, let's do a bit of serious stuff before we do any more comments. I'll just say hi to Checkban there. Greetings from Prague, Peter, and everyone. Yeah, nice to see you in. Jesus, it's warm tonight. I've got the old fan going there. Right. Okay, like I said to you earlier, there isn't too much going on. We'll get a bit of the serious stuff out, and then we'll do the fun stuff. I've got lots of fun stuff lined up for you tonight. Let's do something, a little fun thing now, just to get your teeth wet, as it were. What can we do? Right, this is a weird one. Do you know, before I get into the serious clips, do you know sometimes you'll be in your garage tinkering around, or in a garden shed, or you'll be in your kitchen, whatever it is, I don't know, the radio's on in the background, and sometimes you hear a song and it takes you to a place, doesn't it? Like I'll hear a Duran Duran song and I think, oh yeah, 1986, I was in Bournemouth, I was doing this, I was doing that, and it takes, that song takes you to a place. It's just bang, it's like a transportation machine, isn't it? But then on the other side of the coin, as I like to say, there are other songs that you hear it and you just cannot get it out of your head, and it's annoying. And it's like one of those songs from the 80s that I remember is Agadoo. Do you remember that awful song? Agadoo, do. Oh my God. I mean, if I hear that, I can't get rid of that at my head, and it is so annoying. Right, well, I'm going to go even more extreme than that, because when I'm doing these streams, I'm always looking for clips that will entertain you, put a smile on your face. I'm looking for pictures for the games. Now, I came across a Japanese clip from the 90s. I think it's from the late 80s, early 90s. Now, this is a song that I cannot get out of my head, okay? I'm going to play it for you. It is the most bizarre song I've ever heard in my life. It's three Japanese girls doing a workout. I'm building it up, guys. I'm hyping this up, right? They're doing a workout and they're singing a song in English. And I shouldn't play it really, because it's going to haunt me for the weekend. I'm going to play you this, and I promise you, you have not heard anything as bizarre as this. Check this out.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. 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 I have a bad case of diarrhea.
Yeah, and you got the shits. You don't sing a song about it. I mean, I just can't get that out of my head. I'd rather see something like this. All right, behave yourselves. Okay, let's see what else is happening. I just mentioned you, Mohammed. You joined. Hi, where you're saying hi to Clive, but I did give you a name check earlier because I see you've joined as a member. There it is. That went out earlier. So yeah, welcome aboard, as they say. It sounds a bit cheesy, but yeah, I did recognize you as a member, and I did put it out earlier. And I think you've just come into the stream. So yeah, thanks for that. Thank you. Okay, I probably missed a lot of comments here. I'm trying to say hi to the regulars. Canary spreads his wings. Not very catchy. I mean, guys, honestly, I mean, I won't do the whole thing, but honestly.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
Jesus Christ, what next? Right, okay, let's do a little bit of news. Like I say, there isn't much news around at the moment, nothing that you haven't heard. I'm just going to touch on a few bits and pieces. If you want to, I mean, you probably look at the Tiger and the Thai Examiner and the Pattaya News and all the rest of them, you know as well as I do. I do the same thing. But there are guys out there who don't have the time. They've got full-time jobs. They come on here at the weekend, have a few beers, relax, and hopefully I've got a few quirky stories as well. But the first couple of serious stories, nothing too outstanding. You've probably heard about this one. It's a proposal to scrap the Thailand Pass. Comes as moves return to normal, facing a new herd. Okay, so this is from the Tiger. With fears that Thailand's economy in the second quarter may go into reverse with a GDP contraction and its highest rate of inflation for 14 years in May, a proposal on Monday from the Minister of Tourism and Sports to table a proposal to scrap the Thailand Pass application for foreign tourists entering the kingdom may look like a no-brainer, but these are not ordinary times. The announcement by the minister came in advance of a visit by the Prime Minister to Phuket ahead of the PM's visit. The Minister for Tourism and Sports told reporters that he was going to propose to the Prime Minister that the government should move to completely scrap the Thailand Pass online for incoming foreign tourists, which was retained last month for foreign arrivals only. Currently, the Thailand Pass application for foreign tourists gives instant approval to enter the kingdom, but applicants must first, you know, all the rest of it, submit their, the last little bit, it just says, travellers must submit an RT-PCR negative test result within 72 hours of departure, same old record, to get approval and the insurance. So it's the same old thing, but, you know, the way I look at that is, you know, the tourism minister is basically going to suggest to the Prime Minister that they should remove the Thailand Pass. But that's like you going to your boss and saying, I'd like to suggest I get a pay rise. It doesn't mean you're going to get one, does it? But, you know, the more people who suggest it, I suppose they're getting in the shit a little bit now. Everything that's going on in Ukraine and Russia and everything. Mitch's World Travel. If you have diarrhea next time, do the dance. It might help you. Thanks for the super chat, first of all. But do you know what? I just can't shake that song. It doesn't help playing it. And I was sort of in two minds. I thought, should I play it on the stream? But I thought it's so bizarre that I've got to play it. I mean, you know, I've got a bad case of diarrhea. Could be a #1 hit, possibly. Right, what else? Okay. Chiang-Mai faces huge shortage of massage workers. Chiang-Mai is facing a critical shortage of traditional massage girls following 2 years of the pandemic shutdowns, according to the Thailand Massage Operators Association. Didn't even know they had one. The number of massage employees in Chiang Mai has plummeted by almost 2/3, from 9,000 to 3,600 now. She explained that many massage they switch jobs or return to their home times during the lockdown, adding it may now be difficult to get them back. Meanwhile, many massage workers feel the profession does not offer job security, and foreign tourists have yet to return in big numbers. I was also reading that a lot of these girls now, they're not going to go back to the bars because they've actually they've gone online. And what happens is, I'm not going to read out an article, but it said something like this. It said, so you'll get these younger girls, 25-year-olds maybe, and they've gone online and they've discovered, you know, that they can make money online on these platforms. And what happens, they do a little bit of a tease, you know, with their clothes on, and they've got a wallet, and somebody will put a little bit of money in there, and a button will come undone. And one girl the other day, she had 30 guys from around the world in her stream, giving her, all of 30 of them were giving her money, and she was undoing another bottle, and then they're requesting poses and, you know, all that sort of stuff. So that some of them are making real big money. You know, when they're in Pattaya making 1,500 baht a shot, literally a shot, you know, and a few ladies' drinks, that's one thing. But, you know, some of them are earning, you know, they're getting $100 sent to them, $50. I mean, you know, you try and convert that over to Thai baht. Why would they want to swing round a pole, you know? Okay. Carlito, where did you find that song at? Well, you know, it's not mainstream, is it? When you've got, I just said earlier, somebody was doing a stream Ed was doing his stream every day last week. I can't do a stream like that, because for me to just come on and talk for 2 hours, I mean, it's very good that he can do it, because I couldn't do it. To come on for 2 hours, it's very, very difficult. So I have to find a lot of things to kind of make the stream entertaining. It takes me a while to set it all up. That's why I only do one a week. Occasionally I'll do a Sunday stream if I'm not working on the Monday, but I don't do anything else. I just come on and talk, and if it flows, it flows, and if it dries up, it's good night from us. But yeah, I mean, I spend a lot of time researching things, you know, and I might take 2 hours to find a 5-second clip that I think's funny. I mean, let me see if I can find, like this one here. I'll show you this one. I mean, I found this one. You might have seen this before. Zab's coming in. I'm not complaining, Rob. He's just come in and done me a super chat. Let me just put that up there, because, you know, I always put the super chats up. A very generous, Rob, £15 towards your Thai survival fund. Yeah, I will survive out there. Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it, as always. Right, so back to what we were discussing there. Yeah, I mean, I look around for clips, and if something puts a smile on my face, I think I'm going to show that, right? I've got a disclaimer in the description of this, you know, because I'll say on there, you know what a disclaimer is. I don't need to go into it. Because I don't own all these clips, but I get a lot of them from shared platforms or community guidelines where you're allowed to use them. But if I watch hundreds of clips in a week, maybe not hundreds, in a month maybe, right? But if I watch a clip and it makes me physically laugh out loud or smile when I'm watching it, it goes on the stream most of the time. Now, here's an Australian guy, right? Here's an Australian guy who's worse for wear because of alcohol. And what's even funnier about this particular clip is you've got a couple of guys have spotted him on the street, wobbling about, and they're just finding it totally hilarious. And they say hello to him. And I won't spoil the ending, but I think it's the guys laughing that makes the clip even more funny. Have a look at this. Now, as you can see, I've watched that clip about 5 times, and I'm still smiling, right? So if a clip can do that to me, I know you guys will have a smile on your face. I mean, look, I'll put another one on. I'll smile at this one again. Now, if this doesn't put a smile on your face, You don't have a sense of humor, guys, really. I mean, this is about 5-10 seconds long. If this doesn't put a smile on your face, nothing will.
Look at that cat. Look at that cat. It's like Jabba the Hutt.
I mean, come on, that's funny, isn't it? I mean, that bloody cat's... I'll put that on towards the end now because we've got about 400 people in and we've only been gone for 45 minutes. Like I say, it's going to be a 2-hour one tonight, guys. So right at the very end, I'll do them little clips again. Right, okay. Let me just say hi to a few more people and then we'll do a little bit more news. I've probably, like I say, I always miss a few because they come in so fast. No trolls in tonight, thankfully. Sebastian, that's a new one. After morning coffee song. After morning coffee song. I don't know that one. Maybe you can send me a link privately or in the comments. Right, Dave Andrews says, on the 17th of June, the CCSA will look at scrapping Thai Pass for 1st of July. Yeah, well, I'm going in August, and normally what I would do, I would book my ticket now. Like I found that ticket for £830 Thai Airways. I would have just booked it. But I'm waiting now because I want to see what happens. Because they might, if they scrap it on the 1st of July, I don't want to book my ticket now and then pay for the Thailand Pass and do all the crap, and then they suddenly drop it, you know. So I'm going to hang on. Let's hope they do drop it. I mean, they're hanging on to it, aren't they? I mean, every country, even America now. Somebody was telling me today they've dropped they had a 72-hour, you know, a similar thing to the Thailand Pass. They've dropped it now. In America, you don't have it; it's gone. And most countries in the world, it's gone. But Thailand they just can't let go of it. I don't know. They just don't want to let go. JB, nice to see you in the stream, buddy. I often Google hot ladies with diarrhea, and that video has never come up. Well, you're a scat man, aren't you? Disgusting. That's something that would never. That hasn't. Let's not go there. Right. Spicy Rose. That same video has been in my recommended YouTube video for a while. I always thought it was just me. It's just weird, isn't it, that you get 3 Japanese girls and they've got a big smile on their face, and it's like they're singing about, you know, they like hot coffee with their biscuits or something.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
My word. Okay. Right. Okay, Clive. Thai PM, are you ready? Are you ready for a good time? Yeah, I am tonight, definitely. Rant and Rave. I haven't seen you in the stream before. You don't pay for the Thailand Pass; it's free. But yes and no. I pay an agent to do it for me, so it does cost me money. Right, Chugsy. Not very much, but I don't do it myself. I pay an agent, so there is a cost. Right, the actual Thailand Pass itself is free, but it's not free to me because I pay an agent. So I hope I've cleared that one up for you. Right, John Hobson. Few and far between. Then again, my taste is the opposite of most. I'm an old dirty bird. All right, you used to be a young dirty bird. Same thing. Chugsy, Thailand Pass has to go. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Clive Allen, Philippines still have one health pass. Yeah, but it's not as stringent as what they had at the beginning. And they were one of the first countries to really put down, to make it, they encouraged foreign tourists. They were one of the first countries to start encouraging people back. I mean, there's a lot of countries have still got some things in place, but nowhere near what they used to have, say, a year ago. Okay. JB, Peter, are you watching Love Island? Michael Owen's daughter is on, and she's a bit of all right. I'd love to see you show the young women some old school action. Do you know what, JB? I'll be totally honest with you. Shows like Love Island make me puke. They really do. Everybody in them sort of shows are just so false. It's like I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. And you get these guys who are sort of nobodies who go in there and they try to be funny and impress everybody. And it's just corny and it's embarrassing to watch, isn't it? Mark Hanley, yeah, Mark. I can see what you've written there. YouTube won't allow that. They've the word they've obviously blocked it. But I know somebody else who does that actually. But sorry about the comment not coming up there. No, those kind of like, I think they call them reality shows. I don't like. The only one I did like was the American guy. He went to Thailand to find a Thai girlfriend. What was it? Was it called My Thai Bride? That was a very good show, actually. I felt sorry for the girl. She was a lovely girl. And this guy didn't have any money, and she was sort of saying, look, you have to give me my family a little bit of a dowry because I'll lose face otherwise. And he just couldn't get the whole Thai thing. And she wasn't a money grabbing con woman. She really was a nice girl who was going to marry him. But you know, there's traditions in Thailand, and he just couldn't see it. And it was car crash TV. But no, it's not for me. Okay, Tom Young Guy, it's a workout language course, I bet. More than likely, it's just really weird for us, isn't it? I got a bad case of diarrhea. Okay. I just can't get it out of my head, that song. It's almost like, I'm almost like sadistic that I make myself watch it. Right, only in Thailand. Thai song is a Japanese version of a UK woman saying, not tonight, dear, I have a headache, good vibes. Yeah, absolutely. Chugsy, poor Peter, he has no clue where we're all conversing about separate topics. Chat is scrolling, must be hard to keep up. Yeah, more than likely. Okay, let's take a break and go to some of the newer comments. Soothing meditation. Canary spreads his way. Right. See, what's difficult here, guys, there's so many comments coming in, and a lot of the comments are you lot speaking to each other, so they're not relevant for me to read out. And I don't screen the comments, like read them out and then put them up and read them again. I just put them up and read them. And sometimes I put them up and they're just not relevant. I've got to try and find the comments that are meant for everybody, and then I can show them. Me, definitely the middle one, 100%, 200%. I wouldn't say no to any of them, but the middle one, yeah, definitely. Whew. Okay, Nino says number 3. Martin Ryder, many singles over 35s in Bangkok now, they're considered left on the shelf by Thai men. Yeah, we touched on that before because, yeah, there's a lot of, especially if they've had a baby, you know, the Thai guys are not into bringing up somebody else's child. Taxi Talal. Peter, tell us which music you liked in the 80s and you'll forget that song. Probably the same as everyone else, you know, the Police, Duran Duran, all the kind of like disco music of the day. Such a dated word now, isn't it? Disco. What else? So there's some good bands out of Scotland. There were some good bands out of Ireland. I can't remember names, but you know, I suppose I'm like everybody else. You know, that was my era. The 80s was my kind of era. You know, good memories. Up to me. Hi, Peter and lads from a roasting patty, having a great time. Just home with my Tirak. Yeah, okay. This is like a support group. You know, like you get alcoholic support group or women who get beaten by their husband support group. This is a support group for guys who are sort of like wanting to go out to Thailand, but they can't get out yet. Right, Spicy Rose. Losing face, it seems like truth isn't as important as not being wrong. You know, a Thai person will skip round and round and round rather than say, I don't know, or the word no. You know, it's a cultural thing. You know, you just got to understand it. TJ Rada, I translated the Japanese writing and it does say that I have terrible diarrhea. Yeah, well, you can hear it quite clearly, can't you? I'll tell you what we'll do now, because we're nearly into an hour into the stream. Let's just do one more serious story, then I'll do another fun thing, okay? I think I've got a photograph for this one. Yeah, let me just find the photograph for this, and I'll read you out the story. Oops. Yeah, right. Let me put this up. Okay. And we're talking about the guy in the pink now. Okay. Police warn foreign fugitive Thailand is no longer a safe haven after Pattaya arrest of a UK paedophile. A top Thai police officer on Monday warned international criminals that Thailand can no longer be regarded as a refugee for fugitives after the arrest on May 29th last of convicted paedophile photographer William Dempster from Scotland in the Banglamong area of Pattaya in a joint operation between the UK police forces and the Royal Thai Police. However, Dempster had managed to live in Thailand illegally without a visa for 8 years from May 2014 up to his arrest at the end of the month. The arrest of the convicted paedophile on Sunday, May the 29th, has again focused media attention in the United Kingdom and across the world on Pattaya as a favorite destination for on-the-run criminals, with tabloid coverage in the last few days. So, yeah, there you go. You do meet some dodgy characters in Pattaya. There are a lot of confidence tricksters and con men down there. Okay. Right. Nobody's told me who this is yet. This picture there. Who is this? Who is this guy? He's in the stream every week. Who do you think that is? You've heard me say his name many, many times before. Who is he? Okay. Right. Let's put them up again. Right. Oh. Right. El Terrifical. PG tips. I haven't got PG tips for you, but I've got some good classic ones. I've got what's her name? Do you remember the lady from The Manor Born, Penelope something or other? I've got one with her in it, which is a very good 80s advert. And I've got some Hamlet. Remember the cigar Hamlet ones? I've got some of them lined up for you later. So we'll do them. Mark, hi, put your message up there. Hi, Peter and friends. Yeah, good to see you, Mark. You haven't missed too much just yet. Right. Yeah, Martin Ryder says, imagine his overstay visa fine. Well, he'll never see Thailand again, will he? One, he'll be banged up in the UK. But mind you, he won't get that long, will he? You know, they're quite soft in the UK. Did you hear about the story? This is nothing to do with Thailand, but you know, in the UK now, all these people that are coming across on rubber boats, you know, and they can never get them back to France or whatever. And they brought out this plan to send them to Rwanda. And a court case happened today where these tree-hugging good deed lawyers try to get them taken off the plane, you know, because they're here illegally and the UK can't cope with all these people coming across the channel anymore. So they're here illegally and they've done I'm not taking sides. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you the story I read today, right? But you always get, like, sometimes you'll get an aircraft with 80 Jamaican criminals on it going back to Jamaica, and it ends up with 4 people actually left on the plane because you get all these lawyers who they get loopholes and get them all taken off the plane. Well, the first challenge came up today for the Rwanda plan. They got a bunch of these people who come across on rubber boats, and they want to send them over to Rwanda, fly them over to Rwanda. And one of these lawyer firms who try and jump through the loopholes went to court, tried to get the aircraft stopped or the deportations stopped, and the judge turned it down. He said, no, there's no. They tried to say it's a dangerous country and this was happening, that was, and the judge basically said, no, there's no problems that we can see as like at war, or that you know, we've got accommodation all sorted out for them and everything. And yeah, the first flight's will take place. So that's been challenged, and whether you think it's right or whether it's wrong, it is going to happen. Okay, check bound. Okay, you'll talk to Mark Hanley. David. Okay, thanks for that, David. When I start reading a message out like that, I'm always waiting for the sting in the tail, you know, like the first bit, and then, but you're a real arsehole or something like that. But yeah, thanks for that. The Potato Republic, the Tango ads were good. Yeah, the Tango ads were all right. I didn't really find them funny, to be honest with you. I like the high karate ones. What's her name? I mentioned her last week, the girl, Leanne, what was the first name? Diarrhea, is it? I forgot. Memory's terrible. Let's, should we do these adverts now? And we might be able to do them later again. Okay. I think I've accidentally just hit it. No, they're back. They're back. Right. Let's do these. And I really like the first one. But guys, if you're not English, if you watch this on the rerun from America or something, this first advert, people in England don't talk like this anymore. I mean, this is, it's not 70s. It's kind of mid 80s to late 80s. And this lady in this first advert, she was in a drama, like a comedy show, because she's got this very plum in your mouth accent. But English people don't talk like this anymore. But have a look at these and see what you think of these. Oh, hang on. Let me just take this ticker off. Okay, here we go.
Well, girls, your last day at the Zermatt School for Young Ladies. Your final and most important lesson. How to spend Daddy's lovely money. Checkbooks open, girls? Pens at the ready? No, Felicity. I couldn't possibly go shopping in Knightsbridge with one of those. A pen with style. A pen with élan. A Parker Lady in white rolled gold. Knots just seem to roll from its tip. Signatures flow with a flourish. Now then, all together, girls. Yes, Celia?
Madame, does one spell pence with an S or a C?
I don't think you need worry about that, my dear.
Melissa, Mr. Yakitori and his aides.
Yokoso.
No, sweetie, Japanese. Play this right, there's a scooter each.
We just ordered our traditional drink, Chisano Bianco. Oh, a fusion of superb Italian wines and aromatic herbs. One of our most refined European customs.
Oh! I think they like you, Marissa.
Happiness is a cigar called Hamlet.
Be the king of the road with these Carlos Fandango super wide wheels.
Alternatively, settle for a pack of Panama cigars.
I bet you'd forgotten about those, hadn't you? Some of them are a little bit corny now, aren't they? I thought the Chinzano one, Leonard Rossiter, and Joan Collins, legends, but a little bit corny now. The Hamlet cigar one, that's a bit older. You can see from the roundness on the shirt, so that's probably late 70s. Okay, check bound. I'm not going to get into the whole refugee thing here, because what will happen is opinions will come in from both sides. It will turn into almost a political broadcast. I was just letting people know what the latest is. You might be right. I don't know. I don't do politics myself, but I don't really want to open up a corridor of, I don't want to talk about that tonight. It's about having fun, isn't it? So thanks for your comment, but I'm not going to go there. Right, Franco. I'm back. Had to do a little movement. Too much information, Franco. Right, Danish Bacon. Yeah, you got a name there, correct? Penelope Keith, Posh Crumpet. Yeah, she used to be in a program called To the Manor Born, where she got kicked out of the estate, the big country house, and she was living in the gatehouse. And the guy who took over, and there was a bit of I don't know what you call it, flirting going on between him and her, and it was all right. It wasn't really my kind of show, but it wasn't bad. Right, happy. Can they take me with them on the plane? Could do with a holiday. Yep, me too. Gentleman's Patty? Yeah. Shake and Vac was the best UK commercial. Again, I found that a little bit corny, but that's just personal choice. That was the one where she had the vacuum cleaner and she was shaking and dancing to the music. It wasn't. Yeah, I did like the. Do you remember the Cadbury Smash ones, the instant potato? That was quite good. I'll try and get some different ones for next week. Alexander says, "Yep, no, that's a pen. The old Parker, dated now, dated." Right, somebody's got it right. FVDV. The picture is Damon. Do you know that took a long time for anybody to get that? And Damon, you haven't put any comments in tonight. So let's come on. Hands off. You know what? On socks. Let's have you in the stream now. Yeah, you're right. That's actually Damon, who lives about probably 100 miles from me. He's a happy camper now. He's got the book. Okay. Okay. Right, Mark Johnson says, any good hotel suggestions for Phuket? You can go on Agoda, can't you? There's hundreds of hotels. I stayed in a hotel called the CNN Hotel when I was there because it was close to a lot of the bars and stuff. But I'm going back years now. I don't even know if that hotel's still there. But the great thing about now that you didn't have sort of when I first started going out to Thailand, I mean, it's all on the internet and you've got every kind of booking site, haven't you? You've got the hotel booking sites. You can book your cabs. You can book everything online, your insurance. You had to get the Lonely Planet book years ago, and then you had to go to a travel agent on the high street. It's so much easier now. Clive, yeah, Hamlet. Right. Checkbound says, Leonard, yeah, this is more like the sort of comments I want to read out. Leonard Roster was an absolute legend. Those Chun ads were the best. Yeah, I mean, that one looked a little bit dated now, but yeah, in their day, they were superb. Right. Jesse Hughes says, Mark Penfrews resident wasn't bad for $41 US. Okay, so you're talking about the hotel. You're saying $41 US a night. The hotel I'm staying in when I'm in Bangkok cost me £19 a night, and it's on Soi 4. Not bad. Right, JB says, I like the Nivea adverts where the ladies are all laughing in their underwear. I haven't seen that one. I'll have to look for that. What is it? Is that, did I pronounce it right? Nivea? What is it? A hand cream or something? Cheers, guys. I'm on the beer now. Okay, we're going to get let's get liven this up a bit. Right, let's do another. Let me put that up now. Mohammed Masili again. Yeah, Buddy Peter, book my trip for 6 days, end of July. 6 days? 6 days? You'll only get 4 days, Eb. 1 day on the flight going, 1 day coming on the flight back. Book my trip for 6 days, end of July to Pattaya. Looking forward after 2.5 years waiting to travel there. I'd be interested why only 6 days. I mean, oh yeah, I'll be honest with you. I used to do quite often. I'd do a Sunday to Sunday, but it was because I was running my own business. I'd get somebody to, this is after the hotel. When I came back in 2000, I had 1 or 2 small businesses, and I could get away for a week and get somebody to help me run it. And I'd fly out on a Sunday, and I'd come back on a Sunday, and I kind of like a cheeky little trip, if you know what I mean. But blimey, 6 days, it's hardly worth going, is it? Joan Collins hasn't lost it. She was on a talk show recently. She must be, Christ, she must be close to 90 now. Do you remember she was in Dallas, wasn't she? Who remembers Dallas? Who remembers who shot JR? I mean, they closed down factories, shops closed early. When they announced the result, who it was who shot JR? Right, let me do another story, and then I'll we'll have a competition. Okay, so let's do this one. This is quite you'll know what the story is as soon as I put the picture up, but I have got a story to read out, very short story. Right, let's put that one up there, and the story goes. British tourist is stunned after a huge lizard climbs out of the toilet in Thailand. A British tourist was stunned to discover a monitor lizard appear from his toilet while on holiday. The venomous reptile appeared from around the U-Bend in Thailand last week. Footage shows the tongue flick. Very descriptive. I've lost my place now. The venomous reptile appeared from around the U-Bend. Footage shows the tongue-flicking animal emerged through the piping out of the loo before squeezing its whole body out into the bowl and having a look around. Jason Kingsman from Gravesend, Kent, was horrified when he found the animal staring back at him. The 37-year-old and his Thai partner, 45, watched as the creature spent 3 minutes staring at them before turning around and disappearing back into the abyss. Jason, who is on holiday, said it was the strangest thing he'd ever found in his toilet. He added, my girlfriend called me and said there was something dirty moving in the toilet. I thought that's strange, and I never thought it would be a lizard. I was amazed. Yeah, well, and there he is. Just come up to say hello. I can do one worse than that. I was reading a book about one of these guys who got sent to a Thai prison years ago. I think the book was called Damage Done, about the businessman who got framed, and he went to a Thai prison, and it wasn't him, but filthy conditions. You've got probably 50 to a cell, no air conditioning, just a fan. They got a hole in the corner for crapping for 50 guys, and it's absolutely disgusting. The smells, rats, cockroaches. And he was describing how one of his friends was squatting over this hole in a Thai prison, having a crap, going to the toilet, and this black, oily rat came up, and that's how they come. They come from everywhere. But one of the entry points into the prison where they want to come in, they come from the sewers, so they'll come through the holes in the ground. I hope you're not eating at the moment, guys. But they'll come from the sewers, and they'll come up. And what happened? This rat's used to jumping out with nothing there, and it came up, and he's seen this guy's lunch pack hanging there, and it bit him. It bit him on the walnuts, as it were. And what a terrible experience! A dirty, oily, filthy rat biting you down there. I can't think of anything worse. Disgusting. Anyway, I hope it cheered you up. Right, let's. Chetbound says, haha for the mash. Should we do a competition, guys? We've still got nearly 400 in. We've been going for an hour. I'm going to save the Ladyboy one till later in the streams now, because a lot of people like the Ladyboy, spot the Ladyboy. It's spot the girl now to 7 Ladyboys. But the problem is there's a lot of people who don't like it. And what happens when I do that competition? I lose about 40, 50 people at the stream. And, you know, it makes you put you on a little, not a downer, but you think, oh, they didn't like it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep that to maybe half an hour towards the end. But what we'll do now, we'll do this new competition that I did last week. And I think I've made it easier this week. Now, let me just make sure I don't put the answers up first. Right. So you know the drill, guys. I'm going to put a card up for a full minute, so you've got plenty of time to look at it. There's 8 pictures of girls around Southeast Asia. So that's Taiwan, the Philippines, Indonesia. There's a girl from Thailand on there. It's a beer, guys. So there's one out of the 8 pictures, only one of them is from Thailand. And the idea of the game, the competition, I want you to tell me. I cocked it up last week because I wrote the number down of let me just see which one is the no, that's fine, I can do that later. I cocked it up last week because I gave the wrong answer. I gave the right answer to you guys, but let's forget last week. So right, I'm going to put this up now. There's 8 pictures. Tell me which number is the Thai girl. Okay, here we go. I thought that would be really easy this week. Some people have got it. There's a lot of you have taken part this week, but there's a lot of you haven't got it. So only one Thai. Let's read them out, and I'll tell you who's right and who's wrong, and then we'll run the card again with the answer on it at the end. Okay? So Martin Ryder, no. Dutch Farang, no. When I say no, that means you got the wrong. You didn't get it right. Okay? Spicy Roads, no. Clive, no. Shane O'Traveller, no. I won't say who got it right at the moment. No, I will. Steve P, well done. Clive, no again. Pesky McNuggets, no. Up to me, no. Gemini Star, no. Only in Thailand, no. Clive again, you're doing lots of answers, no. Sue the Meditation, no. Richard Mellor, no. Mercy Pool, no. Jorma, is it? No. Joe Hobson, no. Where's Appleyard, no. Quali Squad, is it? Quali Squad, no. Tilt, no. To be, not to be, no. Mike Jones, no. Paul Chambers, no. Rumble, well done, you got it. Paul Shackleton, no. Franco, no. You never get it, Franco. Kay Jensen, no. Alexander DeGrant, no. HFC 65, no. Ivan, no. Nick T, no. Not many rights tonight, guys. Leeds, no. Simon, no. David, no. Nana O Safari, no. Citizen Mikey, no. Colin Bullions, no. Paul Martin, no. Ivan, we've only had one right answer so far. Mr. Dan, no. A Nomad Overseas, well done. 2 right answers finally. Omar Bletchfield, no. Charles Sanders, no. JB, I think I said no to you already. Les, no. Mohammed Mosik, I like. Yeah, okay, but not a right answer there, I'm afraid. Paul Hoskins, no. James Casey, you've got to pick one. You can't have 2 answers. Yeah, okay, you're saying they're the best looking. All right. Bully Boy, no. Mark Front says no, guess impossible. Well, that's the whole thing about it, Mark. You just take a wild guess. You're never going to know, are you, until the answers run out. Right. Elfins Barmy Army, no. Bike Packer, yeah, well done. Mick Man, did I read yours out? You're right anyway. Mohammed, wrong again. Vax, right? No. No name, no. JB, are we nearly there? No. Les, no. Boohoo, yeah, you got it. Guns and Pleb, no. Paul, yes. Dale Kelly, no. Guns and Plebs, no. Nino, no. I'm going to run the card in a minute. McLaren F1, again, no, we don't have a 9, Clive. Ocean Ghost, yeah, you got it. Javier, nice to see you in the stream, mate. I'm a bit late tonight. Just come back. LK Metro. Yeah, you lucky swine. Right, Gabriel, yes, you got it. Stephen 4XP, you always say it's easy. Well, is when you know the art. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's easy for me because I know. But I thought she really stood out as a Thai as opposed to the other one. That's why I said it was easy. Okay, it's just you can only guess, can't you? It's only for fun. There's no prizes. Rob, damn, I missed it. Spicy Roads, yeah, you got it. James Casey, yeah, good answer. You got it. Right, that's it. Smoothing medication, no. So let's run the answers. And we'll do the Ladyboy competition later. But here is the answers, or answer. Right. I've just screwed it up, haven't I? Because now I've just given you the answer to the Ladyboy competition. Christ almighty. Hopefully not too many people looked at that and remembered it. If they did, tough. I'm going to run the competition in about half an hour. I'm gutted. I've done that again. Right. Here's the answer to the girls. Right, something tells me that we're not going to have a lot of wrong answers when I do the Ladyboy competition tonight. I can't believe I've done that again because I've got so much here ready to, to put up that I'm clicking, and I've just given you the answers to the Ladyboy competition. But I will still run it. Of course, you can freeze it and go back and get the answer. But the whole point of these competitions, it's just for fun. A load of guys here, you're having a beer or a glass of wine, whatever, and these competitions are just for fun. So yeah, you can go back and have a look, but there's no point of that. Just try and put it out of your mind. I'll run it in about half an hour or so and see if you can get it naturally, because if you cheat and you get it, like I say, there's no prizes, there's no point. Guys, I'm going to have to go and visit the daisies again because we're 1 hour and 20 minutes into the stream and I'm really hot. I need a bit of fresh air. So I'll literally be about 20 seconds. The daisies, it's been a hot day, so the daisies need watering. So I'll be back shortly. Right, I wonder how many of you rewound and went back and looked at the right answer for the Lady Boy competition, you bunch of cads. Right, okay, what should we do now? Okay, let's put a smile on everybody's face.
He's so dumb. Look at Molly, she's like, I don't know what to do. She's lying too.
Again, honestly, guys, when I'm looking for these clips, when I watch them, that one actually made me laugh out loud, and while I got a smile on my face, I might as well get the joke. It's painful, I know, guys, but I've got to get it out of the way. Joke of the week. I thought this was quite good this week, so let me do joke of the week, then we'll get back into the we'll chat and we'll see what everybody's talking about. Okay, so we've still got well over 350 in at the moment. Okay, joke of the week. Two girls are working on the cash register at the grocery store, the shop, yeah? I can always tell a single man from the men in relationships, says one girl. How can you do that? Watch, I'll show you on the next customer. A man approaches the register with his shopping. A single tomato, a single pork chop, a single potato, a single tin of beans, and a single small onion. You're single, aren't you? She asks. How did you know that? Asks the man. Because you're a right ugly git. Okay, if you sent me in a joke and I haven't read it out, I've got to be honest with you guys. You've got to be so careful because some jokes are funny. They might have a bit of a racist tendency, not a bit about a particular person from some country, not particularly color or anything like that. But you've got to be so careful on YouTube. And, you know, you might tell a joke very innocently. And, you know, if that person is from that country or that whatever it is, they can be offended. Somebody sent me a couple of funny jokes in the week, but they could be misunderstood by YouTube. So I've just got to cover my back. You know, I mean, I'm not being Mr. Goody Two Shoes, but, you know, I don't want, you know, I put a lot of work into this stream. You know, it'll be watched for the next week from different people from around the world. I don't want it pulled because I told the wrong joke. So if you are one of those people, if you want to send a joke in for me to read on the stream, or you want me to give a shout out to a partner or something like that, let me know and I will do. But we're going to try and keep it fairly clean. Right. Paul, that buffalo not made it to market yet. I thought that was quite a nice picture, actually. And the kind of cowboy music kind of went with it as well, didn't it? I don't have a squeaky door, unfortunately. And that wasn't a dig at Ed. I mean, I don't have a squeaky door. Right. Mark Ryder says, off to knock one out. I couldn't get one out that quick, Mark. It takes me longer than that to get my pants off. Right. Sander Pops Curtis, got me a tiger at the ready. Yeah, good stuff. I'll tell you what, guys, I mentioned this last week. I see you got the old, the Erawan waterfalls there. Very nice, very nice. Let me see if I can get that up here. I've got a video of that somewhere. Oh, I worked out how to do it now, and I don't think I can do it. Yeah, we can. Let's see if I can find it. No, you know what? It's going to be too much trouble. Right. Yeah, I'm on these now. Look, I get these from Aldi. Do you know what? Guess how much are they? £2.99 for 4. That's about $4 or 50 cents each if you're in America. It's a really, really tasty beer. It's actually better than the 1066. I can't pronounce it, but it's really good. And it's how strong? It's 4.8%. So it's about just 0.2 under the 1066. But, you know, I was paying £4.25 for 4 cans of 1066 Kronenberg if I picked up from a local co-op. If you go into Sainsbury's or Tesco, sometimes you get a deal on a box of stuff. But you know what? I bought a couple of cases of this and I just put it over there just because it's from Aldi. I don't want to keep going to Aldi. And yeah, it's nice. So recommend that one, absolutely. Right, okay. Boohoo says he closed his eyes. All right. Paul, hot day in the UK. I told my Thai friends it was 20C. They said to wrap up and keep warm. Yeah, that always used to put a smile on my face. When I lived in Thailand, you know, they'd have what they call their winter, and it'd be kind of like 24 degrees or 23 degrees Celsius. And you go into 7-Eleven, or not a 7-Eleven, you go into a bar, say, and the girl's there, and she's got her coat on like this, and she's shaking. You say, what's up? What's up? And she's like, oh, it's so cold. It's so cold. And for us, it's like really nice. You know, it's perfect climate. Right, let me just say thank you to Sam Pop Curtis, $10. Soda Pop, not Sand Pop. Hello, right. Oh, Soda Pop. Sorry, what did I say? Sand Pop. Again, look, I've given you the answer to the Ladyboy competition already, so this is the least of my problems, but I'll try and remember. It's Soda Pop, not Sand Pop. Have 1 or 2 on me, mate. Yeah, thank you very much. I will. Very, very generous of you. Okay. Okay, where are we? Colin, I presume you mean the competition there, Colin. Thank you, mate. But I can't believe I screwed up the Ladyboy competition again. Right. Martin Ryder says, YouTube Thought Police. YouTube Thought Police. Okay. Right. Mark, why offend people? Keep it non-racist. Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I know there are people who sell close to the wind. I've watched other YouTubers who just don't give a damn. You know, they swear whenever they want to. They say the F word. And, you know, I've spent about 3 years building this channel up. I don't want to lose it. I don't want videos to get, at the very least, we do make some money on YouTube now off these adverts. Do you know what? I hate the adverts so much. Personally, I watch a lot of YouTube and I pay £11.99 a month. So when I go onto YouTube, I don't get any adverts and I get access to YouTube Music. So you got a lot of old songs there for 12 quid a month. I don't watch any regular TV now because there's nothing on it. And I watch a lot of YouTube, and them adverts are gone. I know we make money from them, but they're so. If you watch a lot of YouTube, you start a video, you got to wait. Some of them you wait 30 seconds, and then a 5-second advert comes on, and it's so irritating. You think, no, I don't want to watch this. I watch something else, and then another 2 adverts come on. And you know what? For 12 quid a month, brilliant. Just totally watch what I want now. Javier, Peter, yesterday I was in the Windmill Club Agogo. What a place, mate. Hard to describe it. Is a must if you visit Pattaya. I know I haven't been in there, but a lot of people have told me in detail what goes on there, and we'll just have to leave that one open to everybody's imagination if they haven't been there. Mark, thank you kindly, sir. What's that? $5 support for the stream. Somebody's texting me, but I'm not going to answer that right now. Yeah, thank you, Mark. All right. Hour and a half. No, we want bend over. How you doing? You were in last week. In Thailand, me and my wife act different. She gave money, I think that's to the homeless. I gave money to the topless. Yeah, absolutely. Del Boy says, Peter, maybe you should have a backup competition in case of mistakes. Yeah, but you know what? They take so long to prepare, Del Boy K, that I get overexcited. And what it is, when I set it up, because all these videos and pictures and stuff are set up and I've got an order, I think, right, well, I'll play that then. There's no point doing a great competition that took me 2 hours to set up when there's 53 people at the beginning of the stream, is it? So I set it up in such a way where I think, okay, now would be a good time to do joke of the week. Now would be a good time to play I've Got a Bad Case of Diarrhea. If you just come into the stream, you'll understand a bit more about that later. So as far as a backup plan goes, it's just a lot of work. And I'm hoping people will take this competition in a good spirit of way, and they won't go back and look at the answer. They probably remember, but it doesn't matter. We'll do it anyway. It's for fun. And yeah, I might do. Let's see. Because I can keep one backup and I don't need to use it. And providing I don't use that backup, then. And the other thing I did was when I did it the last time, I just didn't do that competition, but I did it 6 weeks later. And of course, nobody could remember. Another super chat there from Mr. K Jensen. Thank you kindly, sir. I do appreciate that. Is it euro? €5? That'll get the beers in. Right, all the people out there now who are getting very close to going back to Thailand. There's guys out there who haven't been back for 2 years, and you must be getting very, very excited. I mean, it doesn't hit home until you actually, you sort of book, you're getting on that, you booked your ticket, as it were. And I remember when I went back in December, I hadn't been for 2 years, and I wasn't really fussed. I spent a lot of time in Thailand. I thought, I want to go back, but I'm not going to cry over it. When it happens, it happens. And I didn't really think a lot about it. And, you just get on with it, don't you? But you know what? When you buy that ticket and your hotel's booked and and you do the countdown, you think, I've only got 5 weeks and I'm going to be in Thailand. It gets really, really exciting. And I guess there's a lot of guys out there now who are getting to that stage now who haven't been there for a while. I mean, if you're watching this and you're in Pattaya, for instance, or Pattaya, however you want to say it, and you've been out in LK Metro, like somebody mentioned tonight, fair play to you, then, you're lucky you're there. But for guys who haven't been out there for a long time, it's actually very, very exciting, the thought of actually being there. And when I arrived in December, it was fantastic, even though there were so many restrictions on, just walking down the Sukhumvit Road from Soi 4, fantastic. So if you're going for the first time in 2 years, guys, I really, I do think you've got a lot to look forward to. Right. Let me just say hi to Mohammed again. Very generous. Gold digger. Yeah. Who, me? No, I'm not a gold digger, but thank you for that. Is that Dirham? I don't know whereabouts in the world you are. I spent about 3 years in the UAE. I was in Abu Dhabi, Bahrain. I don't know if you know my background's hotels. I used to work in hotels. I was in Abu Dhabi. I was in Dubai and Bahrain. The only place I went to which I wasn't really keen on, I was sent to Damascus in Syria in the late 80s. That really didn't do it for me. But the UAE was a lot of fun. Tom Young Guy, I'm hoping to book for November the 1st to near the end of February. Price went up from just over $1,000 to almost $15 in a few hours yesterday. Right, I'll give you a tip that somebody reminded me about today. Oh, lovely. Right, I'll give you a tip. Now, I already knew this, but somebody reminded me. Now, what happens when you go onto your computer to book a ticket? You've got something called cookies in there, right? Now, if you look for a flight and you don't book it and you leave it a couple of weeks or a couple of days and you go back, when you search all them sites, they remember the price that they gave you the last time you looked, so you won't get it any cheaper. So what you do, there's two ways to get around that. You either delete your cookies, right, and then go search, and it's like you're a brand new searcher, so you'll get different prices. But the easiest way to do it is if you use Google Chrome, use incognito mode, because when you're in incognito mode, that's in the settings, you know, you surf in incognito. It doesn't save cookies, it doesn't track you, it doesn't save passwords. There's no, you just surf. It doesn't save anything at all, like in a regular environment. So if you can try and remember every time you look for a flight, do it in incognito if you use Google Chrome. If you don't, get something like CC Cleaner. It's a free app, or there's a few of them out there. You get them from Google Play. Just before you go searching, just do a CC, clean all your cookies and everything out, and that will change the prices, because otherwise it will just stick at the same price that it gave you last time or give you an increase. Good tip that for you. Right, Jesse Hughes. I've decided to move to Thailand. Good man, same as me. I wish, man, I come home and realize America is boring. Yes, absolutely, like me. Who cares about the world's largest thermometer or some dumb roadside attraction when you got Bangkok? Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, when you're in Bangkok, you've got a lot more than Bangkok, because for a couple of $100 baht, you can go Pattaya, Hua Hin, Chatham, Rayong. You know, it's a whole new world, isn't it? What did it for me, I've mentioned it on the stream before, was, you know, I'd always said I was going to get an apartment here and carry on working and go out to Thailand all the holidays. But when I went out in December, you know, I was there and I thought, you know what, England's crap now. I don't want to be in England. You know, this is for me, and I'm moving out full time. As you know, it just can't come soon enough. Right, Soda Pop, not Sand Pop, Soda Pop. Brave Network is great. Blocks, ads, trackers, etc. Brave Network. Okay. The other thing I'm going to use when I get out there, let me just put Stephen's message up there. The other thing I'm going to use when I get there, and I'd recommend using it as well, is a VPS, which stands for Virtual Private Network. Now, I'm not talking, because somebody watching this who's never been here before, they'll think, oh, he's a pedo, he searches for dodgy images. It's nothing to do with that. Okay, what it is, there are a lot of legitimate websites that are banned in Thailand. They don't, for whatever reason, they don't want you to look at them. For an extreme example, Pornhub, right? If you look at Pornhub, you can't look at it in Thailand because it's been banned, right? But that's not what I'm talking about. I'll give you a clean example. Okay, Netflix. There was a program on Netflix. I've got Netflix. I watch an app called UK Turks, which got a lot of documentaries and films. And there was a program on there that I thought was pretty good. And I said to my friend in Simon, oh, watch this. It's really good. It's in 3 series. And I said, you'll really enjoy it. And he came back the next day and he said, oh, it's not there. So when you get Netflix, what you can see in the States or in the UK, you can't necessarily see it in Thailand. Now, the film The King and I, that was banned in Thailand, wasn't it? So if that's on, for instance, one day on Netflix, you're not going to be able to watch it in Thailand. So the whole point of a VPN, a virtual private network, is you're going through that, and that disguises where you actually are. So anything that gets blocked in Thailand won't get blocked, if that makes sense. You've done another super chat, Mohammed. Sorry, wasn't meant gold digger. I put, okay, I got you. For members, and thought the emoji person holding 2 beers. Oh, okay, I got you. But thanks again for the second super chat of the evening. But I don't get offended. It takes a lot to offend me. Jesse Hughes, Hula and Disney is blocked in Thailand. I had to use a VPN. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a legitimate point. If you've got kids, Disney, I mean, I can't imagine you, Jesse, sitting there watching Disney, but you might have children, and yeah, it's blocked. Why is it blocked? I don't know. Somebody might know. Dave the Rave, Peter, giving us the tips about booking a flight that others have been given for years. Fuck's sake, it's like listening to your grammar. Right, Dave the Rave's a bit of he seems to have turned into a bit of a troll. He used to be a good guy. Right, so should we block him? Let's leave him. It's like, let's feed the monkey. Okay, right. Martin Ryder, Pure VPN costs 50 cents per month. Okay, NordVPN is a very good VPN. I think that's about $5 a month, but that seems to be the top one. David, how you doing, mate? Let's have a look. Right. Also, yes, cookies exist, but it won't only show your prices that you looked at before and not show you anything cheaper. Think about that one as well. Well, David, you shouldn't really, according to Dave the Rave, who's the expert on Thailand, you shouldn't really be talking about this because it's old news. I mean, Dave the Rave is the man with the up-to-the-minute news, isn't he? So, you know, we shouldn't be talking about it. Right, okay. Checkboard, yeah, I've just checked that. I've just said that one. NordVPN sponsor a lot of YouTube channels. When you move there, it might be worth reaching out to them for sponsorship. Yeah, yeah. You can only sponsor so many. You can only have so many companies sponsor you, though, because if you start advertising lots and lots of things, people are going to get fed up. It's not a legitimate stream, is it? Then you're just an advertising channel, basically. Soothing meditation, is it? I have to use a VPN to access my bank at home when in Thailand. Okay, I've not heard that one before. Spicy Roads. Subscriptions add up. YouTube, VPN, Netflix. I can't imagine paying for all that. It depends what kind of quality of life you want in Thailand. If you think about it, all them subscriptions probably amount to less than $1 fine a month, don't they? You know, if you're going to go out there, I can't imagine you're going to go out there on such a low budget that you can't afford to sign up for Netflix or a VPN. A VPN, I mean, you can get for $5 a month. There is actually free ones, but they have limited hours and a lot of adverts and stuff on them. YouTube, you don't need to subscribe to YouTube. It's just if you don't want to see the adverts. But fair point. Dutch Frank says, VPN, unlimited speed, feels I'm dialing on internet through telephone. Yeah, that is a downer because not all of them, but I found that on a couple of the free ones I tried out when you're using a VPN. So how it works, if you're in Thailand and you can say on this VPN, okay, make it look like I'm in America or I'm in Mexico or I'm in wherever. As far as Thailand, when they look at it, you're in wherever you want to say you are. But then the problem with that is you're not going direct to that website. So it's like me contacting a website. It's like me goes to the website, comes back from the website. But if you're going through a VPN, you go from me to a third party, then to the website, then from the website to the third party, then back to me. So of course it is going to slow things down to a point, but I didn't realize that it slowed down that much. Right, I don't know who you're referring to there, Stephen. A grumpy bunny. Yeah, I think that was Dave the Rave, wasn't it, who came on? I never thought Dave the Rave used to be a pretty cool guy. I actually gave him that name about 30 years ago in Bangkok, and he was always a good friend. I always enjoyed his company, a lot of history with him. When he came back to the UK, I went up to Filey to visit him. I never in a million years thought he would come onto my channel and become an internet troll. It's very disappointing, but it just goes to show you never really know what people are really like. So anyway, Jesse Hughes, Star Wars, OBI, one coming in. I'm not watching The Little Mermaid here. Okay, yeah, all right, Little Mermaid. Right. Right, Taxi to Lao. Always amazes me how good the internet is in remote parts of Thailand. I then return home and 20 minutes of pancreas. There's no internet. Yeah, it's the thing is on the top. I don't know if it's the top 20 or top 30, top 100 countries in the world where they rate the best internet in the world as number 1 and the worst to say number 100 if there is 100. Thailand comes in at number 3, third fastest in the world, whereas the UK comes in as number 20. Okay, so they're faster than us by a long shot. I mean, I had problems with my live streams in the past because I kept losing people on this Wi-Fi. And then this is history now, don't you? You know, I've got a cable, a Cat 6 cable plugged directly into my modem about 40 feet away. I bought 42 feet of Cat 6 cable, and I don't have problems now. And the speed I'm getting at the moment is about 56 kb, not kb, is it? It's you know what I mean, 56 anyway. And that's really fast for me. But I was in a bar in Soy 8 and I said, oh, can I log on to your internet? Yeah, fine. Did an internet speed, 820. Can you imagine? 800. And that was just a regular bar. Right, Carlito, when you arrive in Bangkok, where is the best place to get a SIM card for your phone? Airport. There's 2 shops in the airport. I always do it because I've got friends in Bangkok, and what I'll do is, so when you go through immigration first, and then you'll come to the baggage carousel. Get your bags first on your trolley, and then before you walk out over there, you'll see the exit. You'll see a True telephone shop. It's called True, and there's another one next to it. I can't remember what it is. And they actually give you like a menu, so you get about 6 to 7 different packages, laminated, and they just give that to you, and it tells you, you know, you can pay 1,000 baht for a week, and you get so much internet, unlimited calls, and all this sort of thing. And you've got different packages, and I always get a fast one. I think I pay about 1,200 baht. It lasts for a month. But what I do in Thailand, I don't use the credit because it doesn't. It says it's unlimited, but it doesn't seem to last long. So what I do, I'll text. I'll use the phone to text, say Simon, for instance, so he knows I'm coming and we're going to hook up and meet up later. So I'll text him on the regular number and I'll say, here's my Thai number, because obviously when you take your SIM out, you'll get a Thai number on there. And what happens is all the time he'll ring me, and then if I need to contact him and say, look, if I want to talk to him, I won't call him on the phone. I'll call him online or WhatsApp. And then because the signal isn't as good as a regular phone line, so I'll call him on WhatsApp and say, listen, can you call me back? And he'll call me back on his phone, and it works really great. But in answer to your question, airport, because if you don't get them at the airport, you're going to have to spend an afternoon around a shopping mall or asking where to get one, aren't you? It's not the end of the world, but you know, if you do it while you're in the airport, it's done and dusted then, isn't it? Clive, Peter, I got trolled for being bold the other day. Yeah, and somebody trolled all the Pattaya YouTubers. They said, why is it that all the Pattaya YouTubers are bald? I'm thinking, what's that got to do with it? Right. Okay. Slumber. 1 megabyte is 8 megabit. Okay. Chugsy. Wonder would not come here. Them hypercritical old dogs would find the banter offensive. Wongas would not come here. Yeah, well, you know what a wonga is, don't you? It's a female manga. And talking to mongers. She reminds me, talking about the 80s music, somebody asked a question, what music did you like to listen to in the 80s? That lady in that video there, she reminds me of, do you remember Sabrina? That song, Boys, 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 pretty awful song, but she reminds me of her. Okay, well, we've been going for an hour and a quarter, so are you ready for the Ladyboy competition now, guys? Let's do this, and like I said, I'm not expecting a lot of wrong answers tonight because I gave away the answers a little bit earlier. So, you know the game here. There's 8 pictures. 7 of them are lady boys. 1 of them is a lady, right? We used to do it the other way around. So only 1 is a lady. I'll show you the card for a full 1 minute, like the last competition. Send in your answers. I'll read them out, and then I'll put the answers up again. But as I said, I don't think there's going to be many wrong answers today. Okay, so let's not do that mistake again. Make sure I get the right one. Here we go. Surprise, surprise, just about everybody's got the right answer. I wonder why. Okay, so let's just go through your answers quickly and see. Like I said, I cocked up. I'll read the wrong one. I'm not going to read the right ones out because there's so many of them. I mean, obviously, you guys, if you don't remember the number, you remember the location of the picture, don't you? If you got it genuinely, then well done. But there is a few wrong answers. Mark says, I did not see the answers come on. Let me guess. Okay, have a guess, Mark. Daniel, no. Paul Hoskin, no. I'm not reading the right ones out because there's so many of them. Okay, there's hardly any wrong ones actually. They're all right because I gave it away. Leeds, no. Kevin Killia, is it? No. Pat's Farm B, no. Where's Appleyard? I gave you the answer. You still got it wrong, Wes. Javier, no, wrong. Jolly Fox, no. Adam CZA, no. Even, no. Rob, no. Monya Candudu, is it? No. Gaza, no. Simon Goodson, no. Forget that, Simon. Rewind on that. Paja Serve, no. Barang, no. Rumbo, no. Gabor, no. You can tell my heart's not in it this competition today, can't you? Because I gave away the answers. Just gone through the motions. James Casey, not going to say just yet, but Bazwuki is a stunner. Okay. Chet Bound says 8. No. Look, I'll tell you what, guys. Let me just give you the answers because you're near enough. All of you got it right. Mark says, sorry, Peter. I know you spent much time preparing. We all have done thick finger mistakes. The thing is, Mark, it's not the first time I screwed up on it. Friday Fry Thief, Tannenbaum, we have been trying to arrange a date with your ex-wife and Steady Eddie, 100% to get the real facts. It may happen. Okay. Tannenbaum, let me just put that up. I don't know if that's a real word. We have been trying to arrange a date with your ex-wife and Steady Eddie. 100. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Let me just run the card here. Okay. But I think most of you have got it anyway. Okay, I'm actually smiling at this comment here. This is have a look at this. Look, this is from David Loveday. Is there any advice? I think it's any. Is there any advice for my guy Mark who had a history of yeast infections from Patong predators? Wow. Okay. Paul Hoskin, 101 bar fines. Love that film. Okay. Right. Chet Bound says I'm doomed. Biggest dickers, best name in the chat. Right, hi Pete. My favorite hotel in Nana Soi 4. I know you like it. Just wondering why you didn't stay there on your last trip. My favorite hotel is Nana Hotel. The thing is, Paul, it's too close to the action. It's nice to be fairly close to the action, isn't it? But Nana is just too. I mean, it's opposite Nana Plaza, isn't it? And I don't really want to be that close. The place I stay is right down the end of the Soi. It's a place called they keep changing the name, but it's Nana Thai Mansion. I can get a room in there for about £19 a night. It's one of the unrenovated rooms. They're not so nice rooms, but it's okay for me and my own. When I was there with my wife, we stayed in one of the renovated rooms. The difference is like 900 baht and 1400 baht, but it's just a great location. It's a Thai hotel. They've got a free tuk-tuk that goes very, very often up to the top of the Soi. There's no time. As soon as you come out, they'll just take you up there. I always give the guy 20 baht. And they've got a half decent coffee shop. So if you wake up lunchtime hungover and you want something to eat, but you don't feel like getting dressed and going out, you can just put your shorts and a t-shirt on, your flip-flops, whatever, go down to the coffee shop. They do a decent plate of rice. They do a steak. The breakfast is pretty crap, actually. But, you can get, some decent meals there. And I just prefer it. And the Nana Hotel, it's just, it's just too close, to be honest. I suppose I would stay there if I couldn't get anywhere else, though. Right, Farang Travels. I was nearly right. I said they all are. Well, 7 of them were, and 1 is a lady. Right, James Casey. 4 looked all right. Mad real life, though. It's easy to tell. But in the flesh, James, you can't make a mistake. Angels Cabell. Thanks for that. Checks in the post. Right. David Loveday says, are the Hooters goes available if you catch my drift? Yeah, certainly catch your drift. We saw one in Phuket last time, but never ventured in. Not easy. let's just say this, in their contracts, as I believe, they're not supposed to go off with customers. But then, you know, that girl Sai, who's with that guy David Bond, is it? Got quite a big YouTube channel. She used to work in a Hooters, because I come across a Hooters picture and thought I recognize her, and it was her, and she's now the girlfriend of him. So obviously they do from time to time, but you're not going to go in there and say, can I pay your bar fine? Definitely not. Right, I just want to say hi to somebody there. No, it hasn't come up on my screen. Let me just go over here. I wanted to put it up on the stream. Paul Shackleton, member for 3 months. Okay, thank you, Paul. Paul, well done. Right. Oh, I missed your first one. It said, right, you put, hi, Pete, my favorite hotel in Nana is Soy 4. I know you wondering why. Okay, that was the one I read out before. Mark says, one thing I didn't do there was a ladyboy show. I had too much fun with my dates. You're not missing a lot, really, Mark, unless you're into ladyboys and that sort of thing, you know, them kind of shows. It's not, you know, I've never been to Alcazar in Pattaya just because it doesn't interest me. I wouldn't say anything against it. It's just not my scene. Okay, let's get down to some of the newer comments that I've missed. Kev Thailand, right. Here's a question that might not be asked much. How many guys who holidayed in Thailand picked up a STI while there? Tonight is an interesting topic, isn't it? Right, here's an question that might not be. How many guys who holidayed in Thailand picked up a STI while there? What's the question though, Kev? You haven't put a question. Are you saying how do they get rid of it? Then obviously you'd have to go to the if you're back in the UK, you'd have to go to a special clinic. But you know, you shouldn't take those risks in Thailand. You know what those girls do for a living. Go there, have a good time if you're into that sort of thing. But for God's sake, protect yourself. You know, it's not about I don't want to preach to you, but really right. Sue the meditation. David. Oh, did they really? David and Sai broke up about 7 to 8 months ago. He's living in a house in Colombia with about 10 chicks. He's calling it the Harem Project. Why would he leave Thailand? I didn't know, because look, the thing is, I come across these channels. I don't follow anybody in particular. And every now and again, I'll come across a channel. And the reason I was watching his channel, because I noticed a lot of his thumbnails had this very pretty girl on the front of them, which was this Sai. And then I watched a few of his videos. Very well made, actually. Very high quality. He obviously knows what he's doing technical-wise. But it's funny you should mention about him being in Colombia, because I had some communication with another guy who wanted to hook up with me on this channel, but it was just too. He was in his house. He had about 10 girls, and he was like, "Look, we can do stuff together. You've got Thailand bound, I've got this Colombian, and we can do stuff." And I thought it's too much. You know, I mean, I know I joke about it, and you know, there's a little bit of stuff we do, but you know, his was really sort of risque, and I thought I can't get involved in this. But yeah, apparently Colombia, it's like all bets are off. You do what you like over there, apparently. Right. Friday Fry Thief. It would be a legendary stream. Steady Eddie with your ex-wife, support the cause. Yeah, well, she's not my ex-wife at the moment. She's still my wife. She's upstairs watching Korean movies. And like I always say, we're not getting divorced. We're parting on the nicest of terms. She wouldn't come in front of this camera. She just wouldn't do it. She's not interested in the stream. She's never watched it. In the early days, I said, look, have a look at this. What do you think? She just doesn't want to know. She's not interested. And I don't blame her. But I've done a couple of streams with Eddie. The plan is that we're supposed to do one on the last Sunday of every month. He's going to be in Romania soon. So as long as he gets a good connection in Romania, hopefully, what's the last Sunday of the month? We're in June now, aren't we? Yeah, so that'll be the 26th. So about 3 weeks' time, we should be doing one together. And it's always a lot of fun when me and Ed do a stream together, because we just kind of hit it off online and it just comes out, you know, we seem to hit it off really well when we're doing a stream. Okay. Sai was really hot, real top drawer. Yeah, I think she'd had a boob job, hadn't she? Kev, Thailand. Colombia could be fun, but it's still a little dangerous. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Mexico, Colombia. I can't say because I've never been there. I'll put that one up there from Mark, though. But yeah, you do hear stories. But then again, people ask me, you know, who've never been to Thailand, say, oh, isn't it dangerous? And no, I feel safer in Thailand than I do in the UK. Okay. What should we do now? I think Damon's gone to bed. I haven't heard from him tonight. You see, they're trying to promote Pattaya now as a. They want to turn it into a film promotion hub, whatever that means. They're trying to. The government are trying to. It just says Pattaya being promoted as a film production hub. So they want to bring filmmakers to Thailand. You know, I mean, proper companies. So we'll see how that goes. Let me see if I missed anything tonight. Oh, this is quite. Let me put the photograph with this one because this is a good warning to you guys if you've not been there before. But let me just thank Checkbound for. Is it Krona? Krona? No, Czech. I don't know what the currency is, but thank you. A contribution to the Beef Fund, Peter. Another great show this evening. Thanks. The beef. Oh, that should be the Beer Fund. I think you've put F instead of R, but I know what you mean. Not only the Beer Fund, but we're now on the Tesco's Special Reserve. Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, where were we? What were we talking about there? Problem is when I go and I do these super stickers, I forget what I was talking about. Oh, we were talking about Mexico and Colombia and Thailand being safe, weren't we? Okay. Right, Dutch Farang. I'm not going to put that up. Let me read that quickly. Yeah, I will put that up. You know, the thing is, Dutch Farang, it takes all sorts, doesn't it? You know, we've had a guy on here tonight who I never in a million years would guess was going to become a troll. And if he would have been a troll on my channel, Dave the Rave, can you believe it, guys, that he came on and, you know, talked crap on my channel? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. But yeah, people do. Right. Do you know what? I feel like listening to a bit of this. I really do. It's got to be done.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
Enough of that. Right. Unbelievable, isn't it? If you just come in, that's a real song, by the way. Right. David Loveday. Me and my guy Mark Yeastfinger are still going. I've still gone back for 18 nights approximately. Would you choose Phuket or Pattaya? Thanks, you are the Oracle. We love your show. Oh, thanks, David. Each to their own. They're different in many ways, aren't they? I think Pattaya, for me, I think Pattaya's got a lot more to offer. And I think Pattaya is marginally cheaper than Phuket. Phuket is quite expensive. And I think you tend to get more of the rip-off merchants in Phuket. I mean, I have been to Phuket several times. But, you know, things like taxis and... you know, the people, traders and stuff, they tend to be a little bit more hardcore than in Pattaya because Pattaya, they're dealing with foreigners all the time and they're kind of, yeah, they'll try it on. But for me personally, I would rather go to Pattaya. And of course, the thing is about Phuket, you're on an island, aren't you? And if you go to Bangkok first, you're talking about an 18-hour drive or a 2-hour flight, something like that. Jolly Fox, excuse me. Peter, were you on Eddie's chat on Wednesday? No, I wasn't. Eddie did a chat every day since Friday. He did Friday night, he did Sunday, he did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He didn't do one last night. I suspect he'll be on Sunday this week. But no, I wasn't. Okay, Clive, Peter, were you the real Peter? Oh, okay, right. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, right. And I did answer you, Clive. Right, Peter, were you the real Peter on Tuesday's Eddie's live stream, mate? Sorry if I thought you were a fake. Right, what happened is a guy came on and it looked like me and it really wasn't me. And I just happened to fall into Ed's channel and I seen this guy and I thought, that's not me. And I came into the channel and said, guys, this is really me now. But the way he might change it, but the way to tell if it's really me as opposed to that guy who was in on Tuesday is, you know, my logo, it's like the round circle. It's palm trees, isn't it? With a white Thailand band written through it, which you can't really see, but that's my logo. He copied that to make it look like me. But if you look at his, it has a white ring around the outside, whereas mine doesn't. So in answer to your question, Clive, yeah, I was really in, and the guy before you who left a comment, I didn't really catch what you were saying there, Jolly Fox. That comment, were you on Eddie's chat on Wednesday? So yes, I was later on, but the guy before me was an imposter, as they say. Right. Right, I haven't seen you in before. The rookie cameraman. Peter, where's the best place in Thailand in August? Jeez, that's a question, isn't it? Well, it's hot in August anyway. Everywhere's nice. Everywhere's good. Bangkok's fun. Phuket's fun. Pattaya's fun. It depends what you want to do, doesn't it? Lots and lots of good places. Alexander D. When my hits the pillow, oh, that should be head, right? When my head hits the pillow tonight, I know I will only hear one thing. I have a bad case of diarrhea. Why would you think that? Why would you think that's the only thing you're going to hear tonight?
I have a bad case of diarrhea.
We'll get rid of that next week. We'll get rid of it. That video's had more airtime on this stream than any other video. I'll have to stop now. Right, James Casey says, Peter, ask a question on which is better for a night out, 1 for Bangkok or 2 for Pattaya, to get some feedback. Curious to see which mangas are which. Right, okay, well, let's do it then, guys. Let's have a little competition. A night out, which is best? Which is the best night out? 1 for Bangkok or 2 for Pattaya? So what do you think? We'll do it real quick. Just hit that number. So if you think you have a better night out in Bangkok, hit number 1. If you think it's a better night out in Pattaya, hit number 2. And I'll only keep it going for a little while, and we'll see who comes right. Checkbound says 1. Oh, look, it's flying in now. Okay, let's have a look. Spicy Rolls 1. Richard says 1. Soda Pop says 2. Dutch Frank 2. Kev Thailand 1. Mercy Pool 2. Clive Allen 2. Shane O'Traveller 2. Oh, the old Pattaya seems to... Oh, no, we've got a lot. Javier says 1. Charles 1. James 1. Jolly Fox 1. Simon, I can't believe we've got another competition going. Biggest Dicker says 1. Mr. L 2. James... I will talk about it after this. John Foley 2 and 1. Yeah, good call. Yeah, we know Javier. Rub salt into our wounds. I'm here in Pattaya right now. We know. Canary spreads his wings too. Right, a lot of 2s coming up. Keep it going for a minute longer. Okay, you can see the answers on stage there yourselves. I don't need to read them all out, but we'll talk about this a little bit. Right. Okay. Right. There you go. It's kind of looks like it's even Stevens, right? Okay. So what the input I put into this, what I would say is, obviously Pattaya is more laid back. You can walk around with your shorts and your t-shirt. You don't feel like out of place. I'd never wear shorts in Bangkok. I always wear long trousers and a half decent shirt. In Pattaya, I would wear shorts. The thing is, it's prices, guys. Pattaya is a lot cheaper than Bangkok. I discovered that the last time I was there. In a typical beer bar in Bangkok, you'll pay anywhere between 140 and 160, 80 baht. Generally in Pattaya, a beer is 60, 70 baht. So there's a big difference there. Food, I was shocked at the prices of food in Soi 8, for instance. I went into the Monsoon restaurant. You're paying on average 300 baht for a meal. That's without a drink. Good food, but you're talking £7.50. You can get the same meal in Pattaya for 150 baht, £3. So if you're on a... If you're not into spending big bucks, then Pattaya is good. But obviously, Bangkok is a cosmopolitan city and it has a lot more to offer than just mongering. It depends what you're looking for. Let's have a look what we've got here. Right, Mercy Pool says, Bangkok, more food options. Pattaya, better weather, more girls. Oh, I thought Pattaya, myself personally, I thought Pattaya had more food options. But when you say food options, if you're talking about different styles, so if you're sort of saying Chinese, yeah, I suppose you're right, because one good thing they have, which I really like, somebody told me about, they have this app you can go on, and all the hotels, they do buffets, so really nice. You can get buffets with lobster and prawns, big tiger king prawns. You can, in the Holiday Inn, they have an Indian restaurant. They do a beautiful buffet Indian food. So all these different hotels do these different buffets, and you can go on this app. And you can get some of these buffets really cheap depending on the time of the night you go. So, generally in Thailand, dinner time is around anywhere between kind of 7:30 and 9 o'clock. That's the kind of busy period. But if you go early, say you go for dinner at, say, 5:30 or 6 o'clock, I know it's early, but you can get a 1,200 baht buffet for, that's 2 people, isn't it? Say an 800 baht buffet for as little as, say, 400 baht. Or if you want to eat really late at, say, 10 o'clock at night, and that 1,000 baht buffet, you'll get it for 300 baht, 400 baht and that's how this app works, because they're trying to maximize that buffet. And obviously their food cost isn't, they're charging 800 baht, but they can still make money for less. I can't remember the name of the app. If somebody out there knows the app, put it up here and I'll tell everybody else. Yeah, I kind of agree with that in a way. I know I don't want to sound like a bit of a doom and gloomer, but Slumber Irons, Pattaya is boring after 1 week. I wouldn't say a week. I would say 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, I'm biased because I spent a lot of time in Pattaya. If somebody hasn't been there before, then yeah, I mean, you go out every day, you're drinking, you bar fining, if you can get a job in a chocolate factory, and on the first couple of days, you're in heaven, aren't you? Because you can eat as much chocolate as you want. After a week, the sight of chocolate makes you sick. Okay, I'm just trying to pick out the comments where people aren't speaking to each other as always. This name's come up again here. JB says, I'd like to receive a soapy from Kirsty Allsop. She's quite posh, so would probably use Molten Brown. Well, she's not really for me, JB, but each to his own, I suppose. Okay. I got tax Javier. Okay, look, there it is. Write that down, guys. Look. Are you talking about grab? Have you spelled that wrong? You put grap is a name. Did you mean to say grab? I know about the Grab app because I use it for taxis and I use it for deliveries. Is it them who do the buffets as well? Right. Johnny Vikinson, why are there so many people who wants to pretend to be you and troll you, etc.? I think some people are too jealous and hate themselves. Keep up the good work. Love your storytelling and these live shows. I don't know. That's one of the great mysteries of the universe, isn't it? Why do people do it? I don't know. I mean, obviously somebody comes onto a stream for whatever reason, my face or my voice, whatever annoys them. Like I say, I haven't had a troll. I get very few trolls. I've had one troll in here tonight, and it's a real big surprise to me. I'm shocked, actually. Dave the Rave, who ran a number of go-go bars in Nana Plaza, who's just come on here and trolled me. I've actually blocked him now, and he's the last guy in the world, I would imagine. But why do they do it? I don't know. I don't know. It's but the trick is not to give them too much time. And it's like Brian Flowers said a long time ago, you just deal with it. I used to spend a lot of time in the early days kind of like talking about trolls and giving them answers. And, it's just not worth it. You can't win with trolls. Okay, Aaron says grab or bolt. Okay, so those buffet deals are on grab and bolt. Okay, I thought that they had their own app, but obviously they don't. Okay, so there you go. Grab is a very common one, isn't it? I use grab. Right, Jesse says, so you're picking a bit of information. Even I'm picking up some information here. Jesse who says, I use Bolt for transport and Grab for snap foods. I've never used Bolt. I heard that they're Simon's son, he's only about 16. He told me he uses Bolt for taxis because they're actually cheaper than Grab. But when I'm in holiday mood and I'm in Bangkok, I'm not really worried about 10, 20 baht. Grab are great. The good thing about Grab or Bolt now, when you some of these soys, like soy 8, for instance, it's a very, very long soy, as is soy 11, soy 23. And people were always reluctant to take apartments deep into soys because you could get a great apartment at a cheaper price. But when you came out at night, there were no taxis. The taxis were at the top of the soy. And the motorbike stations, they were at the top. So you could always get taxis and motorbikes at the top of the soys, but deep into the soys, you couldn't. But now that problem's solved. You can be deep into a soy, very deep into it, go on to Grab, the maps there and everything, they see where you are. Perfect. He's probably gone now because I've blocked him, Clive. But Dave the Rave, rest in peace. Now F off. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. He's a guy, this Dave the Rave guy, he's a guy, he's trying to live the dream away from Thailand. He's a bit of a has-been. He was in Thailand a long time. He ran a lot of bars and stuff, and he come back and he's in every forum going. He's in everything to do with Thailand. But he upsets a lot of people. And I always thought he was an okay guy. He hasn't upset me now, but in my the way I look at him now is not how I looked at him in my mind before I started this stream. And it's a great shame that people have to go into streams and come out with crap like that, isn't it? Because they just put themselves down. They're not going to gain any respect from this coming out with stuff like that. Kev Thailand, right, you're talking to Clive. Wes, Grab was great when we were in the 5th night hotel quarantine in February. All right. Smooth meditation. I got a euro there. Thank you for that. Okay. So how long we've been going? 2 hours. We've still got nearly 400 in. Let me just refresh this and we'll keep going for a while if it's good numbers in. Yeah, okay, it's still good. Right, let me see if I've got Oh, I didn't. That's what I was going to do. I was going to read that story. You see, when somebody does a super chat, I forget. And this is a really good story and a warning. I don't know why it's just come back to me. I've got a picture of this now. I need to read this one out to you because one, it's entertaining, and two, it's like a wake up call. Let me just get the photograph. Right. Let me just take this flipping thing off. Right. Right, let me read this story out. Okay, he's a German guy, that guy there. What he's showing you is a picture of a Ducati motorbike on his phone. Okay, he's in Pattaya. Let me read the story. So the headline for this is Pattaya woman runs off with boyfriend's belongings. A woman in Pattaya has allegedly run off with several of her boyfriend's belongings after he let her stay in his condo while he was in Germany. A 41-year-old German national using the name Peter told reporters he had returned to his condo in Pattaya after travel restrictions eased, planning to surprise his girlfriend named Far. He said he and Far had been together for 2 months, but it turns out the real surprise was on Peter. He said that when he stepped into his condo on May the 30th, most of his belongings were either missing or damaged. These belongings included his safe, which had been removed, 2 gold rings, a Vespa motorbike registration document, and his Ducati motorcycle, along with his documents. Peter also told local reporters that he found men's underwear that weren't his and rubbish spread around the room, including used condoms. It will surprise no one that Far was gone. Local reporters say that police questioned Far over the phone. Far claimed that she was in Kalasan, but the Ducati was with her brother in the Buri Rom province. She said she would return on June the 1st, but Peter had still not received it when he contacted reporters on June 3. In another big shocker, Far has not stated a reason for her actions to the press. I'm not in the press, but I would imagine that's quite an easy one to work out. She robbed him. Why did she rob him? For financial gain. That's the only reason. But something that's a little bit puzzling there. Okay, she's brought men back to his apartment. She's obviously had sex with them because there's used condoms laying around. Why were they not flushed down the toilet? Unless, see, what that tells me, that she wanted, for whatever reason, to get one up on him. So instead of flushing that down the toilet, she's left it there for him to see. So not only has she robbed him, so there might be a bit of a backstory there. When you read these stories out, they come out in black and white, and it's like, oh, why did she do that other than financial gain? But it sounds to me, the way that was done, there's a little bit of a backstory. Now, had he cheated on her on an earlier trip in Thailand, or she was disgruntled, or was it, if it was purely about the money, she's not so stupid to leave used condoms laying around, is she? She would have flushed them away. So that tells me there's a bit of a backstory there. Something's been going on, and she wanted a bit of revenge there. Okay. Oh, okay. You say the food app is Eat. Yeah, that sounds more like it. Eatigo, is it? Yeah, sue the medication. Laugh out loud. It's sent without the message. The food app is Eatigo. Yeah, that rings a bell. I did think Grab and the other one. I know I didn't think they were for the buffets. I'm not saying they're not, but the one you're saying that Eatigo sounds more like the one I remember. Okay. Soda Pop Curtis said, heard about the German guy whose girlfriend ran off with his things. Sucks to be him, but he knew the game. Yeah, and the thing is, she actually removed the safe, didn't she? She took the safe away, but they're only, I mean, you know, they're not heavy, are they? Stephen, okay. Right, Crypto Rocketeer. My friend is traveling to the Philippines and will be in Bangkok airport for 2 hours and has been told she needs to get the insurance for that stay in Thailand. What a joke. Well, yeah, if you're clearing immigration, no, but hang on, if she's staying in Thailand for 2 hours, surely she doesn't. No, that's a bit strange, because normally what happens, are you sure you got that story right? Because normally what happens, if you're going through an airport, if you're what do they call it, transiting, if you're transiting through one airport but your final destination, so you could be in the Middle East, right? So you go into Bangkok, you get to Dubai, you come off the airport, you stay in the airport lounge, so you haven't entered the country. Now, what I would imagine with her, so your friend's going to the Philippines, she'll be in Bangkok, so she'll be in Bangkok airport. She doesn't need the insurance because she's not entering Thailand. If she was to clear immigration, then she's entering the Kingdom of Thailand. So she would need to meet the conditions of the Thailand Pass, right? But she's not entering the kingdom because she's staying within the airport. She won't go through the immigration and get stamped. So she doesn't need it. She doesn't need it. She's transited. Just speak to her again. I'm sure she's got that wrong. Right. Gemini Star, this is how to not behave in Thailand. Okay, yeah. Stephen, one born every minute. I suppose you're talking about the trolls. Yeah. I tend to think with trolls, they are unhappy with their own lives. I was going to say something about that Dave the Rave, why he would be so unhappy, but I don't want to say it because it just sounds like I've got, I've thrown my toys out the pram. I'm just digging him all the time. But I think a lot of these guys who are trolls, regular trolls, I think they're very unhappy with their own lives for whatever reason. And they see other guys who are successful and it really gets to them. And I've always thought that, a lot of these guys who are based in Pattaya, who've retired too early, they might live in a room and they actually detest the holiday makers because these guys run short of money. They get very, very bitter. They start going on in all these internet chat groups like the Thai Visa, and then they detest the holiday makers. It's almost like Pattaya belongs to them and the holiday makers, the vacation people shouldn't be in Pattaya. We live in Pattaya, so they shouldn't be allowed to come here. Not everybody. There's a lot of nice people who live in Pattaya. I'm not going to go at them. I lived in Pattaya for a while, but there are a lot of bitter people who live in Thailand who almost have got this attitude that holiday makers shouldn't come. They shouldn't bar fine girls. They shouldn't give big tips to the girls. And there is a lot of them about. Right, Wes, my new profile. Oh, yeah, okay. My new profile pic is of the wife at Erewhon Falls in 2012. Fish tickling her feet. Okay, very nice. I wouldn't be able to stand that. I'm so sensitive. I couldn't go for a foot massage. I'm so sensitive. When I've gone for regular massages, the first thing I'm talking about, a regular massage place, not a naughty one. They'll sit you down and they'll wash your feet. That's the first thing they do because, in the Buddhism religion, the feet are the dirtiest part of the body. The head is the closest to the God, isn't it? So that's the cleanest part. But they always wash your feet. But I had real problems, because you take me by the ankles, touch my foot, and I'd jump from the chair, and they'd all be laughing like I was a little baby. But I'm just so sensitive on the bottom of the feet. Thank you, Wes, for that $5 there. And thank you to Stephen again. Your tale of the 100 Thai bar tip always amuses me. Ruin it for the rest of it. That's a true story, actually. If you haven't heard that one before, just really quick, I don't want to bore you if you have heard it. And thanks for the super chat, Stephen. So what he's referring to there was on one trip to Pattaya, I was in a bar, and I always like to tip 100 baht. 100 baht is £2.50. If I've been in there, had a couple of drinks, the girls looked after. I'm on holiday. I've got holiday money. £2.50, big deal. Make them happy, right? And I had a guy one night, an expat. He said to me, look, you're spoiling it for the rest of us because you gave her 100 baht. And I'm like, what are you talking about, mate? And he said, well, we tip 20 baht. And I'm like, well, who's we? And he's like, well, the expats who live here and guys like you who tip 100 baht, you spoil it. And my attitude was I said, look, mate, you give them what you want to, but don't tell me how much to give them. Next time I come here, I'll give her 200 baht just to piss you off. But this is what you face. But that's what Stephen's talking about there. Right, let me just check my little videos, make sure I haven't missed anything. And don't forget, guys, I'm not going to run the video that I did last week, but I just want to remind you guys about my book. It's selling okay. It's been out about a week or so now. I've sold 21 copies worldwide. It's not going to hit any bestsellers lists, but if you go to Amazon and have a look at that, you can actually read samples of the stories, like 2 or 3 pages of each stories. And if you do buy the book, I would appreciate a nice write-up in Amazon because that helps a lot. Okay. Right. Okay. I'm really surprised Damon hasn't been in the stream tonight. Look, there's this picture. I know he's working early tomorrow. He's got a scrapyard quite close to Gatwick. I know he's working early. He has to open the gates about 6 in the morning. Last time I did a real long stream, he said he was absolutely knackered. So I think he might have forced himself to go to bed early. Let's see if I've missed anything else there. I'll do this one again because this is quite funny. So, Wes, you're from Australia, aren't you? So I'm sure you see 1 or 2 guys like this hanging around your neck of the woods. Thing is, he was enjoying himself, wasn't he? He wasn't hurting anybody, but I thought that was quite funny. I'll try and dig some more stuff up like that for you guys next week because it is really funny. And I'll show this again. I showed it at the beginning, but when I watched this, I mean, it made me really laugh out loud.
Look at that cat. Look at that cat. It's like Jabba the Hutt.
I mean, he is a funny looking cat, isn't he? He really is. Okay, I think we've done everything on the videos now. So how long we've been in? 2 hours, 20 minutes. I can't do a 4-hour stream tonight, guys. I just haven't got it in me. But what I will do, Franco, where have you come from? You were hidden. Damon has been leaving comments all night. Think with all the messages coming fast, you missed him. Okay, Damon, if you watch this on the rerun, sorry, I didn't see a single message of yours, not one. I don't know why. Why didn't I see any of yours? But yeah, thanks for letting me know that, Franco. And if you're still there, Damon, give us a quick message. But I tell you what, I'll keep it going for a while longer, guys. But I've got to go and water them daisies because they dry up really quick. And you know, I won't be too long, about half a minute. Okie dokie, we are back. Was that on properly? That's not going to fall off, is it? Right, okay. Right, yeah, we'll keep it going for a little while longer. I'm having another beer. There we go, cheers. Right, okay. Javier, so you're in Pattaya, so the time there now is 11:30, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5:30 in the morning. You won't be getting up for breakfast. Another new one there. Jules, it was a serious question. Please answer. Ideally, where would you live long term in? Oh, I didn't see the bit about the live. I thought you said where would be a good place to have a night out. Well, let's presume I don't have a YouTube channel, okay? At my age, 62, where would I live? Bearing in mind I spent a lot of years in Bangkok and Pattaya, I would live in Hua Hin. It's not for everybody. It suits me. It's got enough there. Chatham's up the road, which got a lovely beach town. I've said this so many times now. But it won't be for everybody. It's a bit quiet for some people, okay? When I do go out to Thailand, I'm going to be living in Bangkok because I'm a YouTube channel, and I've got some great plans for when I get out there. Okay, I hope that answered your serious question. Right, Tipsy video. Peter, could you please mention an issue which no one is talking about, that Thailand have increased the price threefold for 60-day tourist visa for $35 to $110 for those who didn't have on arrival. Right, well, I'll be honest with you about that. I don't know anything about that because I've never paid. I paid for an extension on a visa, but I've never paid for a visa. So what you say, could you mention an issue with? Yeah, I don't know enough about it because I don't pay for visa. I just turn up. I turn up from the UK. I get 30 days. If I want to stay another 30 days, I just pay an agent $5,500 baht or something, and I get another 30 days. I'm sure there are a lot of videos on YouTube, Thailand. There's a lot of new YouTubers operating in Thailand now, and I'm sure you'll get the answer. But I'm not going to bullshit and try and wing it because I really don't know. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so, Dutch Frank. It's not that. I'm not a racehorse. Okay. Right. Okay. Later, fellas. From who was that? I missed. That's gone now. Right. Javier says, yeah, Peter, I'm still up here. I didn't go to sleep. I'm always enjoy your live stream so much. Okay. Thanks, Javier. It's quite impressive, actually, when people are in, you know, you're in Pattaya. We'd all like to be there. And you're watching my stream here in the UK. So that's always impressive. Right. Mazza. Right, thank you. Great to be home from work to catch the end of the stream, Peter. Been watching for over 2 years now. I know you've been around for a long time, Maz. I do appreciate it. And remember your first live stream. Do you remember the first one? like a police interview, wasn't it? I was sweating and like, you know, love the channel. I appreciate the effort you put into it. Cheers. Mazza, thank you. And I'm not just saying that because of the live. I do appreciate, you know, guys super chat me. And of course, everybody likes a bit of money, don't they? It goes towards the Thailand pot. You know, I've got a Thailand pot that the missus doesn't know about, or my soon-to-be not missus. And it all goes in there, or I buy some beers. I don't take it for granted. I really don't. You know, you'll see me on here. Someone gives me a super chat, $5, $10, $20, whatever it is. And I always say thanks, very generous. But I do sincerely mean it. I don't know what else I can say, because I don't just take it. And I've watched streams where guys get super chats and they don't even mention it. I mention every single super chat that comes through. I'll say thank you. I will not let one go through. Doesn't matter what I'm talking about, what competition I'm doing, because the way I look at it, if people work hard for their money, and if they give me it, then they deserve a thank you, right? That's just me. I'm old-fashioned, right? And as is this guy as well. Look, Paul, John Paul, and you've done it before. Polish from Poland. Excellent stream. Any plans for September, October meetup in Bangkok? At the end of the stream, you should give us all one Asian movie recommendation of it. I don't. Yeah, there's two parts to that question. So, okay, so first of all, I don't watch any Asian movies, so I can't really recommend any. That's not really one that I could do for you. But the answer to your other question is about a meetup. I don't really plan any meetups. Trevor does a lot of that in Pattaya. He's you know, when I was there, he was taking like 20, 30 people into these bars. I was one of them. But what I do like to do is when I'm in Thailand, people do approach me, and thanks for the super chat, by the way. I'll get back on this subject now. So when I'm in Thailand, people do approach me and say hello, and I've had a drink with people, and it's great. I haven't had anybody be nasty or say anything horrible. They're just like, oh, you're Peter, Thailand man, watch your channel. And we've had a drink, or we've just sat and talked. And I do like to do that. I'm not a snob. I don't kind of shy away from that. But as far as sort of arranging meetups where we're all going to be in Hooters tonight, it's not, I don't think I really want to do that. Like I say, if you see me there, then yeah, say hi. I'll say hi back to you. Right, Paul Scratch. What do you think about the dual pricing for tourist places? Yeah, it's a boulder contention, Paul. I've talked about this a lot about over a year ago. I'll talk about it a little bit now. I'll tell you my personal thoughts on it. Cheers. Look, whiskey. Okay. You'll get the people who defend the corner and say, well, you know, apparently in America, there is dual pricing on parks and things in some areas. And some people say, well, you know, if it funds the parks, the national parks in Thailand, why not? I don't mind paying the extra. I do mind it. Why? Because in the UK, people just wouldn't put up with it. Okay, we don't have dual pricing. There would be riots. Okay, it just would never happen here. People would not accept it. And for me personally, I think it's a form of racism. It's not about the money, because you're basically saying, I could go there. If I had a Thai wife, I go to a national park. She's Thai, 20 baht to go in. I'm a foreigner, 100 baht. How is that not racist? All right. Yes, there's the argument. You can turn around and say, well, that extra 80 baht that you're paying goes towards the maintenance of the park. Well, if they said to me, okay, it's 20 baht each to get in, would you mind contributing towards the park because we're short of money or whatever? Yeah, I'll give them 100. I'll give them 200. I like to help people in Thailand. You know, there's a lot of rich Thais, a lot of multi-million, billion, you know, Thailand's not a poor country. It certainly isn't, but there is a lot of poor Thais. And I like to help Thai people if I can. I don't put coins in pots to these guys on Sukhumvit Road who've got begging pots, because they don't get the money. That's part of an organized gang. You know, these gangs, they recruit them. They put them in squalid conditions. They feed them a bit of rice, give them a drink, give them a mat to sleep on. And in return, they have to sit on Sukhumvit Road all day, all night, collect all this money, and they have to hand it to those guys. So I don't give them sort of people money. If I thought that money would go straight to those people, you see the woman with the baby, then yeah, I would. But it's very hard. I'm going off subject a little bit now because it's late into the stream, late night stream. But I'm going to carry on talking about this. I'm just talking about the beggars for a while. You know, sometimes I look at beggars and I think that, you know, he is genuine. He needs a helping hand. Now, there used to be a guy hanging around Sukhumvit, and I'm sure if you're a regular to Bangkok, you'll all know him. He's got no legs, and he's got this trolley thing with like supermarket trolley wheels on each corner. And the poor guy's got these no legs, these raggedy trousers, and it's bad enough walking down Sukhumvit Road. But this guy's pushing himself around in this trolley. I'll always give that guy a 20 baht note, you know, because he's got no legs. He's in a tourist area. He's up in his chances of getting more money. Fair enough. I don't blame him. So I'll give him something, but generally the beggars know, right? In answer to your question, what you're saying, I think I've already answered it, but yeah, I'm totally against it. You know, for people who argue about it and say, well, you know, you're helping the park, you're helping the Thais, you can afford it, they can't. No, that none of that comes into it in my book, okay? It's just total racism, right? If it's 20 baht to get in for your Thai wife, it should be 20 baht for you to get in, right? That I won't say anything more because I feel quite strongly about it. Right. Okay. Paul Thompson says it's 5:30 in the morning here in Pattaya, heading to the market at first light. Yeah, okay. JB, you could do a Lonely Planet guide to bar girls and recommend the top performers. You could. I'm going to be single, aren't I, in Bangkok for the first time. I'm 62. I don't think I can, you know, climb the mountain anymore, as it were. Girls that you recommend for Action Blue Peter badge. There you go. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of like wondering when I go to Thailand. I've got some ideas, but you know, I don't want to abandon everything I'm doing here. Like I said to you before, the stories. I think I'll carry on doing the stories because a lot of people like them, even though I'm in Thailand. But you know, I don't want to be like they've brought out a new law in Thailand now. You can't film people's faces and upload it. You're breaking the law. So these guys who have got very successful channels where they're just sitting in a bar and they're stealthily filming girls over at the Nana Hotel and all, that's actually illegal now. You know, they could get put in jail for it. And that's not really my thing anyway. We'll see. I've got some plans, like I say, I've got some plans. Right. Is it cashier? Never seen dual pricing for parks in the US. Whoever is claiming that is wrong. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before and somebody came on, maybe it wasn't a park, but somebody said in America, in a certain state, they have dual price on something. I just said a park, I can't remember what it was. And his argument was, well, you know, I think it was residents of the state pay one price and tourists who come into the state and visit whatever he was talking about pay a higher price. So I'm sure he wasn't making it up. I just haven't got all the details. Wes, in Victoria, Australia, we are charged a Parks Victoria fee in the August water rates, which pay for national parks. So there is no charge except Wilson's. That's a mouthful at this time of night. National. Okay, all right. Yeah, got you. Taxi driver, I always help the genuine Thai people who are poor when I can, and especially the elderly who don't get benefits like we do. Yeah, they kind of look after the elderly a lot better in Thailand than we do in the West. You know, if you've been going to Thailand for quite a while, you can generally see who are the genuine people. And sometimes it's so hard when you see, when you're walking from Asok to Nana and you see, you know, a lady with a baby and the baby's asleep in her arms. It's really hard not to stick a few coins, you know, in her pot. But, you know, I don't know. What do you do? I mean, what I used to do, I don't like coins when I'm in Thailand. So, you know, every day you go out, you end up with a pocket full of coins, probably 30 baht, 40 baht. You got a few 5 bahts, 1 baht. And I used to just leave them on a tray, and they used to build up over my, say, 2-week stay. And what I used to do, what used to be my game plan. So I'd be going out, I'd be in Nana, I'd be in Cabo, I'd be doing whatever I'm doing, Pattaya, spending. All the coins went into my pocket. I mean, a lot of them you leave on that tray, don't you? You know, when they bring your change back, you take your notes and okay, 20 baht, I'll leave it. But you do accumulate coins throughout the day and night. And what I do, I take these coins out, maybe 30 baht, then I put them on a tray, like next to the TV in the room. And over 2 weeks, they'd build up probably to 100, 200 baht. I don't know. I never counted it. But what I've started doing lately, the last time I was there, I didn't do that. And the reason I left the coins there, I thought, well, the maid can have them. And I tip the maid anyway. So if I see the maid in the corridor and I'm going out for lunch and I want to come back and chill out, I don't want to come back and the room's not ready. So I'll see the maid and say, oh, can clean room? She'll say, yeah, can do. And I'll give her 100 baht because I know if she was planning 4 rooms and then mine, I know she'll leave them and she'll do my room, right? £2.50. They love it. They love it. That's what I did in the Stable Lodge last time I was there. Every time I came back, it was done. But what I used to think to myself, I used to think, well, I'll leave the coins in the tray and the maid can have them, but I tip her anyway. So what I do now is every couple of days when I go out in the evening, I'm going to walk to the German beer bar, or I'm going to walk wherever I'm going to walk. I put them coins in my pocket, and as I'm walking around, when you come out of Soi 4, there's always a guy in a wheelchair. I think he's a genuine beggar. You know where the police box is? So you walk out of Soi 4, turn right, there's a police box with a zebra crossing. And there's a guy in the daytime there. He's an oldish guy, quite a happy-go-lucky character, but he's in a wheelchair. I always drop him 20, 30 baht. So I think he's genuine. And you do come across some genuine beggars. And those coins, I know, I carry them in the daytime or in the early evening, and I give them out. And I think that's a great way to do it. So that's my new sort of game plan for beggars, as it were. And I have actually bought food. Now, I regret this because I was walking from, I'm rambling a bit now, but I'll just get this story out. Right, I was coming from Soi 4. I was staying in Soi 8. I have to go past Nana Station. So as you go, the escalator is there. You're going to turn right into Soi 8. You go under a kind of covered area. Well, there were two guys there, and I knew they were drunk. So it was a younger guy and a guy that looked like his father's sort of age. And this was in the daytime, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And they had that much water in a water bottle between them. It was sitting on the table. Now, they had been drinking. It's obvious probably they spent a lot of money on drinks. But I looked at them. They're absolutely filthy. They had an inch of water in a bottle. I went round to Soi 8, and for about, I think I paid, no, I went to 7-Eleven. You know those meals? It's like rice with crab meat on top. I got 2 of those. They were 99 baht each. I got the microwave. So you got a nice big tub of rice with crab on top of it. I got 2 of them warmed up. I got 2 large bottles of water. So it cost me something like 230 baht. I walked back out and I gave this to the 2 guys, and they were like really, appreciative of it. And yeah, okay, they're probably alcoholics. Maybe they spend their money on alcohol, whatever. But the point is, it had a good meal inside them. Okay, I gave them this plate of rice and crab meat, and they can't do anything else but eat it. So had they had 20, 30 baht, they probably would have bought another bottle of Chang or whatever. But I actually took the food to them. So what can you do with food? You can either eat, you can't sell it really. So they had a decent meal. So I do things like that from time to time. I'm not trying to be a white knight or a hero or anything like that. But, I do like to help Thais that, and not in as a good position like myself. Right. Yes, Franco, still in Berlin, right? Okay. Right. I've been rabbiting now. Let's see what you guys are saying about all this. Clive says, a tourist tax you pay, I say it's fair enough. I would say understand admittance fees in government tourist areas. No. Yeah, I've said, okay, I'm not going to go off on one, Clive. I've said my part, what I think about it. Everybody's entitled. Somebody said to me a long time ago, opinions are like backsides. Everybody's got one, right? Okay, Stephen J.L. Austin, 40 plus trips to Thailand and never tipped or gave beggars any money, just the masseur. I was shocked at hearing your view that Thai has a tipping culture. I remember you actually, as I had always been told the opposite. Thailand has got a tipping culture, because money talks in Thailand. When I say it's got a tipping culture, now how do I explain this properly? I tip everywhere I go in Thailand, not big bucks. 20 baht is equivalent to probably 30, 40 pence, something like that, 50 cents if you're in the US. But you will notice a difference in bars and places where you go to if you leave a little bit of a tip. When you go back, if you go to a certain bar and you never tip, you'll notice you soon become like a cold can of beer. People, that's a bad example, but you just notice when you tip, people treat you better. And I've just always tipped in Thailand. Everybody I know tips in Thailand. Now you're saying you never tip there. I bet you're as popular as a fart in a spacesuit. I mean, sorry to say, but I don't know anybody who doesn't tip in Thailand, put it that way. Gorgeous Thailand. Question, any issues entering Thailand on the 30-day stamp if your return flight is over 30 days later? Any issues on entering Thailand on the 30-day stamp if your return flight is over 30 days later? I'm not really sure I understand the question there, but yeah, I don't really understand the question there. Sorry. Obviously, if your flight is after the 30 days, if I'm understanding it correct, then you would have to get an extension. Maybe you could reword it a little bit easier to read. I didn't really get it. Through the meditation, there is no dual pricing for tourist places, as the Thais are not tourists in their own country and pay tax to maintain these properties. Well, the thing is, I'm not going to get into a big argument with everybody about this, but we could say the same in England, right? If you go to a paid, most of the museums in the UK are free anyway. But if you went to some park that charged, for instance, whatever it was in the UK, so say you had to go into a castle, right? You wouldn't get dual pricing, and you could use the same argument here in the UK, couldn't you? You could say, the extra money that the tourist pays is to maintain these properties. But the whole point of having an entrance fee anyway is to maintain the properties, isn't it? So the people who run these tourist attractions, like a castle, for instance, they've got to think, okay, we need this much revenue a year to maintain this property. Divide that by 12 months or 365 days. How many tourists do we expect to have visiting this castle in a year? How much should we charge each tourist where we can maintain this castle? And that's what everybody should pay. That's just my personal opinion. I don't believe in dual pricing. So we'll leave it at that. We'll agree to disagree. That's just me. Right. Yours Travels. Hi, nice to have you in, mate. I go the USA a lot. 20% tips are expected now. Also in Vegas, the resort fee on your hotel is $50 US. And yeah, I mean, you're right. I've been to the States a few times, and it is a tipping culture. What I don't agree with is not venues, that's the wrong word, like restaurants where they incorporate it into the bill. So the whole point of a tip, again, a personal opinion, the whole point of a tip, I go into a restaurant, some sloppy waitress comes over, she doesn't give a damn about me really. She's just doing her job. She's there. What do you want? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Right. Okay. There you go. She doesn't get a tip in my book because she's not giving me the service. But on the other side, if I go into a restaurant, the waitress comes up, she's all smiles. Hi, like a coffee. What would you like? Let me know when you're ready. I come to the end of the meal. Everything okay? Do you want anything else you want? Can I get you some apple pie? Blah, blah, blah. Great service. There you go. There's your tip. That is a tip to say thank you for your service, right? It shouldn't be an automatic right. We're going to work it into the bill, because a lot of these restaurants, they don't pass the full tip on to the employees. They take out for breakages, like they drop glasses and plates. They'll take that money out, or they'll split the tip money between the restaurant and the waitresses. So, I've opened up a can of worms here tonight by the looks of it. Right, Robert Gilbert, we need dual pricing in the US, one for us and one for the foreigners. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of that. A lot. Right. Good evening, sir. How are you? I am Joy, and one for Democrat. Right. I'm glad to see you in there, because I did share your photograph where you were in the you had a heart condition, didn't you? And you're in the hospital and you were vaping away there. And I'm glad to see you. Everything's worked out for you. You're obviously still with us, alive and kicking, as they say. Welcome into the stream. I don't know how long you've been in, but yeah, good to see you in, and I'm glad everything's worked out for you. Paul Scratch, sorry, didn't mean to speak up so much of a debate. No, that's what it's all about, Paul. The problem is, I don't want to come across as a very opinionated person, but in some ways I am, because we've all got our own way of thinking, haven't we? And that thing you brought up about the dual pricing, that is a legitimate question you asked me, and there's no point in me giving you BS or just avoiding the question. I'll give you my personal thoughts on it, and then other people can come back and tell me what they think, and that doesn't mean I'm right and they're wrong, or I'm wrong and they're right. It's just, we're individuals and we've all got our way of thinking, haven't we? Okay, Rumbo. I tipped a 7-Eleven. Do you know I did this? I tipped a 7-Eleven worker by slipping a 1,000 baht note into her top pocket. The fact that she was drop dead gorgeous didn't influence me at all, really. Yeah, that's a lot. When I was in Soy 8, when I was banged up for a week, there was a little 7-Eleven across the road, and when it was quiet in between the rush at the end of the night and the earlier parts, so say sort of 9-10, I'd mask up really well. They've got a screen, and sometimes I'd go in when I'd make sure there's nobody in the 7-Eleven. It was a small one. I'd go in and grab some beers, because I was alone in a room, right? I was getting a bit depressed. So I'd grab a whole bunch of beers or a box of beer. She's got the screen, so no problem. I had a good mask on. And this girl was so helpful, so nice. And I've seen her a lot of time. A lovely little girl. She reminded me of my daughter, actually, and who's 21, my youngest. And one day, I don't know why, I stuck 100. I gave her, she gave me 100 baht change, 100 baht and 2 baht. And I put the 2 baht in a box, and I stuck the 100 baht in the top pocket. And she was like, she would actually look confused, because I think it's only foreigners would tip a 7-Eleven go. Okay. James K said, Peter, when you drink, are you me, you drunk? Peter, when you drink, are you me, you, why drunk? I don't get it, James. No, I'm not drunk. I'm not even tipsy, to be honest with you, but I don't really understand the question. Write it again, and I'll read it out. Right, check bound. Dual pricing. So you can think about it as one price, but a discount for locals who visit also during the off season. So a reward for loyalty throughout the year. you can think about it however you want to think about it. You can justify it. You know, I can't add to what I've already said. Right, I love this name, by the way, Gorgeous Thailand. Okay, I am standing in front of the immigration officer. He is going to give me a 30-day stamp. I don't have a. All right, so this is your question. Let me concentrate. Right, I am standing in front of the immigration officer. He is going to give me a 30-day stamp. I don't have a visa, but my return flight is booked for 40 days later. Will anybody ask to see my ticket? Right, I got it now. Yeah, they do generally. You'll find it's very, very. I hope I answer this the right way. You'll find it's very difficult to get a one-way flight to Thailand, because one of the conditions when you go in as a tourist, and again, and I've said this many, many times before, you're not getting a visa when you go in as a tourist. You're getting a visa exempt stamp. Okay, that's all it is. It means you can come into the country for a month, enjoy yourself, but you don't have a visa. You have a stamp to say that you're exempt, right? And it's very difficult to find a flight where it's one way, because they want to see the return ticket. So if you're going in on I don't know where you are, but I'm in the UK, right? So if I go into Thailand as a tourist, they'll want to see, because I've got a 30-day, it might be 28 days now, but I've got a stamp to say I don't need a visa, which means I'm going to leave within the designated time of that stamp, which could be 28 days, 30 days, whatever, I can't remember. So they want some proof to say that you are leaving, i.e. a flight ticket. Now, your question is, so you're going for a 30-day stamp, but your flight is for 40 days. So in theory, I guess you could say to them, well, I mean, I'm going to extend. So I've got 30, because you can extend, right? So I'm guessing now, but quite an educated guess. I would say, so in that scenario, you're going to get a 30-day stamp, but you're not flying out for 40 days. Then yes, in theory, you could tell the officer at immigration, I'm going to come back to immigration the day before or 2 days before I fly, and I'm going to extend my visa for 30 days, although I'm only staying for another 10 days. I hope I've answered that correctly. Right, Kay Jensen. Gorgeous Thailand. You risk they will not let you into Thailand if you not have a flight. Oh, that's what I've just said. Absolutely. Thank you for reiterating that. Yeah, Mazza, you and me both, mate. Absolutely. You miss Thailand, I miss Thailand. Dutch Farang. Yeah. Some good comments coming in tonight, guys. Still got over 300 in. I mean, it's 2 hours, 47 minutes. I should be done now, but there's some good comments coming in that I can get into here, get my teeth into, as it were. I'll try and answer these as best as I can. Right, soothing medication. Most people don't realize there is a tax on your landing charges in most countries built into their flight tickets. UK rates between 13 and 78 pounds per person. Yeah, you're right. I do know that, and I'm sure a lot of people do, but I'm sure a lot of people don't as well. Right, I am Joy. Chances are you will not board the flight if your return flight is not valid and you're refused entry because your return the carrier has to play. Okay, yeah, so some answers coming in now. Right, check ban tipping. If I get bad service, I don't tip, absolutely. But when I next get great service, I give them a good tip, and the tip I saved on the bad service experience. Yeah, I agree with that, but I wouldn't give them the tip that I didn't give them because they didn't deserve it, did it? Did they? But you know, come on, guys. I mean, be honest. In Thailand, when you go into a restaurant, if you're a regular, it's very rare that you'll get bad service. It may be in the bars where they take you for granted, but you know, decent restaurants and stuff, even small restaurants, they tend to give good service. You know what I like about Thailand? Nobody's grumpy, are they? You go into a restaurant, it doesn't matter what you do, what you say, they always have a smile on their faces. Right, Johnny again. I love that name, Viking-san. Gorgeous Thailand. If you don't extend your visa, they will charge you for overstay, and that can be expensive. Yeah, the problem with the overstay now, in the old days, you just got charged. You know, every day had I think it was 500 baht. But now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if it's you get blacklisted over so much time, and the longer you're overstaying, the more the blacklist. But let's not go down that road. It will get complicated. Okay, Gemini Star, slipping in a 1,000 baht into her pocket could cause problems for her. She might break up with her boyfriend for that. All right. Right, Mazza. Dutch franc, it's been 2.5 years, and I'm now tied down to an English bird. Yeah, don't envy you there. Of course, you know my wife. I know I'm separating with her. I've been with her 33 years. She's from South Korea. It hasn't all been bad for us. We've had some good times, but like I keep saying, the sparkle's gone out of the drink now, and we just want to do our own thing. We might get together one day, 5 years time. Who knows if we don't meet other people? But you know, no hard feelings, as they say. Right, Nick Franco, how long can you overstay before they throw you into the immigration detention center? That's a good question, actually. I don't know, because you can, I should know, shouldn't I? But you can, you know, normally if you overstay by a few days or a week, you'll pay a fee. But I don't think, actually, let me take a quite an educated guess on this. I don't think they would put you into an immigration detention center. They'd only do that if you didn't have I was going to say if you didn't have a visa, but you say you have a visa and it runs out, they'll blacklist you. They'll put you on the plane and say you can't come back for a year, or you can't come back for 2 years, 5 years, whatever it is. I think the detention center thing, I think that's people like sneaking into the country and stuff. But yeah, good question. Okay, football 442. How many % of the YouTubers in Thailand would you estimate make a living on YouTube? Right, okay, let me think about that one. There's a JB, your comment has actually been held by YouTube, not by me. Right. Well, I would say this. I would say you need to have a very, very big channel to be able to make a living from YouTube, and it's not reliable to sort of base your living on. So let me give you my scenario. I've got 38,000 plus subscribers, so I'm not small, but I'm a long way from being one of the biggest channels in Thailand. I mean, you've got CB Media, he's got 440,000 subscribers. You've got that working for me or retired for me, I don't know, he's got something like 230,000. Trevor from Buzz and Patcher, I think he's on 52,000. Ed Sweeney, I think he's on 42. So to answer your question, how many % of YouTubers in Thailand would you estimate make a living on YouTube? I would say very few, just the bigger ones, because the thing about YouTube, how it works, your earnings work over a 28-day period, and it's not static. It depends. If you bring out good videos and people watch them all the way through, then obviously you'll make more money than if someone looks at a video and think this is crap and they go off after 2 minutes. So it depends what sort of content you put out. I'm very, very lucky in a way because I fell into the stories. And the thing with the stories, most people who watch my stories, on average, my stories are 30 minutes long to 40 minutes. Now, most of the people who are regulars to my channel, they'll watch a story. Now, they don't watch 5 minutes of the story. They like the stories. And I think, oh, Saturday morning, story time, like for tomorrow. Got a lot of stories for tomorrow, guys. I was going to give something away. I won't. One of the second or third story tomorrow is a blast. It's really funny. But anyway, I'm very, very lucky because what will happen is guys look forward to the stories. They start listening to the stories and, you know, it goes on for 30 minutes. They're not going to stop after 10 minutes because they want to listen to the story. So I'm very lucky in that way. But in answer to your question, I think most guys have got a secondary income or they've got a pension or something like that. I know Trevor's got his army pension. He was in the army. The big guys like CB Media, they're making big money. Yeah, they're okay. So because what they'll do, they'll have a certain amount to live on and they'll squirrel away the extra. So if they go through lean times, they've got money put away. But as far as for myself, I'm going out to Thailand to live. I've got income from other sources, which I don't really want to get into my personal details. But as far as YouTube income goes, it will help me a lot. Because what it will do, it will give me a better quality of life in Thailand. The money I earn from the advertising on YouTube will help a lot. If it died tomorrow, what I would do, I would leave Bangkok. I would go and live in Hua Hin. I would swap my 20,000 baht apartment for a 5,000 baht room. I would downscale. I could still afford to live in Thailand because I have other income. But with YouTube, it will give me a much better quality of life. And in answer to your question, not many. I think a lot of guys who've got YouTube channels in Thailand have a nice secondary income, but they don't rely on it. Okay. Clive. Right, you're talking to someone else. Right, Tom Yum guy. All right. Right, Checkman says, I love the stories. You'll like the stories tomorrow. The one I was going to tell you about without giving too much away is the, just remember that I've told you this tonight because it will put a smile on your face. The three guys who go down to Pattaya in the minibus with the girls dancing in the minibus and what happens to those three guys. I'll just tell you this. Don't have your breakfast when you listen to the stories tomorrow, okay? Right, Clive Allen says, if you married a Thai IR, sorry, don't get that. Boohoo, Peter, your stories are like the cartoons we watched as children. Well, they're not actually my stories, are they, Boohoo? I mean, they got me out the crapper, really, because I've said this a few times as well. As you know, I started my channel when I was in Hua Hin about 3 years ago, just under 3 years, and it was going to be a travel vlog about Thailand. So my early videos were on the beach at Hua Hin, and then we got locked down for 2 years, and I thought, crikey, what am I going to make a channel about? And people started, I told a few stories from memory, and then a couple of people wrote to me and said, look, I've got a story. If I write it in, if I send it in, will you read it? I was like, yeah, fine. And then it kind of escalated. Okay, Paul, I don't know why they've held your, I'll put that, let that go. Okay. YouTube are really strict on comments. I don't know why. I'll just let that one go through. Okay. I'm probably way behind in the comments there, aren't they? Right, Franco De Rosa. Talk tomorrow, Peter. Got to start driving. Oh, all the trolls will come in now, Franco. Yeah, okay, mate. Thanks a lot. We're nearly on 3 hours now. I'm going to be done soon as well. Angel Scabell, that's twice now, mate. You're a star, honestly. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Right, let's do a few more comments before we go. I'll tell you what, before we go, we've got to do this. We've got to. It's almost a crime not to.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. 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 I have a bad case of diarrhea.
There you go. Something to sing about in the shower tomorrow. Right. Okay. Let me just say hi. Thank you. Hi and thank you to Antonio. Good evening, Peter. I'm finally flying next Thursday to Ubon Ratchathani. Have you been there? I have, and I've been to Udon Thani as well. You're in the northeast of the country, aren't you? You're probably about flying from Bangkok. I can't remember what the flight time is, but you're northeast. Yeah, great. You'll have a good time there. I presume you're going there because you've got a Thai partner, because it's not the sort of place you're going to go and party. But good to see you in the stream, because I know you're in Australia. It's quite the time difference is quite difficult, isn't it? Okay, Javier, the truth about YouTube is that it's bloody hard work. Takes a lot of time and effort to be successful. YouTube, you're a charming guy, but you're not after a date, are you, Javier? Because, you know, no, I'm only joking. No, I mean, in all seriousness, I've met a lot of people who've said, I'm going to go to Thailand to retire, not retire. Let me reword that. And not even a lot. I've bumped into several, I've had conversations with several people who have said something along the lines of, I'm going to live in Thailand. I'm going to finance my lifestyle because I'm going to make a YouTube channel. And I'm like, all right, okay. But no, it doesn't work like that. You make a YouTube channel because you enjoy what you do. I haven't come into this because I thought I want to make money, I want to make a living, nothing like that. What happens, you have a subject, it can be about anything that you want to make a YouTube channel about. Some people are more successful than others, but if you are successful, then you will get some money coming in. But it's not big money, guys. You're not talking, unless you're a real big, like the guy who, Mark Wines, I think he's got 7.5 million subscribers, probably got more than that, but he's probably making $15,000 a month. Plus he'll get kickbacks from lots and lots of different companies. But I used to watch him. He's a great channel. He just does food. But somebody like me, yeah, it's a lot of work, but I enjoy doing it. And if I wasn't making the money, I'd still do it. And you probably don't believe that, but it's true. Right, Tommy Guy, gorgeous Thailand. Let us know how it works on Sunday. If we don't hear from it, okay. Don't forget to shout Manga's dismissed when you finish your stream, Peter. All right, I'll try and remember. I got a bad case of diarrhea. God, that song. Right, I am Joy again. I've lost you. Right. Some people said to me before, "Oh, you're talking to a woman." It's not. It's not. It's a guy. It's just got a woman's picture there. Right. You think Thais? You think that's funny? Look on YouTube for Korean teacher explaining I have Coke, as in Coca-Cola, as part of her lesson. Right. Well, that's one for next week. Let me write that down. Korean. I have a Coke. Video. All right. So you know what's coming next week. Okay. Right. Antonia, how long have we been going? Oh my God, it's 3 hours. What time is it? 12 o'clock. We'll have to knock it on the head soon, guys. I can feel myself starting to spin a little bit now. We've just gone slightly under 300. Clive Allen. In the Philippines, you can stay for 1 year if you're married to a Filipino lady and travel without return tickets. This is Thailand the same? Yeah, I'm not sure because I've not been married to a Thai. Maybe that's one for Wes if he's still in. Right. Matthew, you're a glutton for punishment, Matthew. Well, I've been going 3 hours. I mean, I can't go much longer. You say this every week, Clive. I'm effing pissed, Peter, and I want my mummy. Yeah, well, I'm sort of getting that way, Clive. You know, let me do a daisy break, and I'll come back for a few more minutes. But I'm nearly there myself. Let me just get rid of your comment. Hang on, put that one up. Get rid of that. Right, quick daisy break, guys. Okay, and it will be quick. I don't know what it is, but every time I play that, I've got this feeling that I want to shout, "Yeehaw!" Right, okay. Okay. We're not on Ed Sweeney's stream now. She had a hairy muff. I do like the hairy muff. Wins best name on YouTube. Okay, I don't know who you're talking about there. Let's do a quick get on the whiskey, Peter. Matthew, I've been on the whiskey. Look. Let's do a quick change here. Hang on. A quick change of picture. I haven't got any new ones, but should we put the Japanese girls up for a while? There we go. How's that? I've got a bad case of diarrhea. No, I've got to get rid of that one. Hang on, because they're in bikinis as well. I can't concentrate. Hang on, let me get something else up. Let's do this one. Christ Almighty. Right, Stephen, thanks, mate. You're a star. Cheers, Peter. I'll be insulted if you don't have a drink with me now. I will have a drink with you now. Clive, I can see you're pissed. I've actually had about 3 of these, Matthew, but I've been doing it stealthily. I think I'm still talking semi okay. So I'm still here, but as soon as I start seriously slurring, I'm off. Okay. I think most of the guys are in now, regulars now, so it doesn't matter. Thank you, Stephen. Cheers. I'm having a drink with you. Look, there you go. Right. I'll tell you a little story. When I, my Korean wife, still my wife, when I started this 2.5 years ago, we're in a hotel room in Hua Hin and we were talking about it. I said, I think I'll do a YouTube channel. And she's like, what are you going to film? And I said, well, she didn't really understand how it works. And I said, well, I'll go down to the beach and I'll just show people what the beach looks like in Hua Hin. And when we go out to eat tonight, I'll tell them, okay, we're in the night market and, you know, you can eat for 100 baht and here's what you can get and all the rest of it. And then I remember I didn't do any live streams for about a year and a half because I was so nervous, believe it or not. You wouldn't believe it now because I'm so relaxed. I've sort of fallen into it. And I remember saying to my wife at the beginning, I said to her, I said, oh, I'm going to try a live stream. And she said, oh, don't be silly. I said, what do you mean, don't be silly? She said, who's going to listen to you just rabbiting, talking? You know, nobody wants to listen to you. And you know, and I get sort of like when I was in Bangkok, I had 900 people in the stream. I'm like, wow. Right, Paul. Yeah, okay. Tommy Guy. You'd think by now he'd have rigged a funnel with a hose attached. Yeah, but the problem is, Tommy Guy, it's called gravity. Okay, so I would have to stand up on a box, do what you've suggested, and let it go all the way down to the garden. Because if I did it from here, I would have something called splashback, which you wouldn't smell, but would be very unpleasant for me. Okay, JB, I thought you got distracted and started to have a tug. No, it doesn't happen that quick for me. Right, you can tell it's a late night manga stream now, can't you? I mean, another drink. All right, there's another drink for you. Cheers. And if you're late into the stream, the mangas are not dismissed. The mangas are staying for a little while longer. Okay, I'm on beer number 4 now, and whiskey number 3, so I'm going to have to knock it on the head soon, guys, because I'm going to start, you know, not talking nice, not slurring.
Look at that cat. Look at that cat. It's like Jabba the Hutt.
It's so funny. Right, maybe it's just my mentality, you know. I just find things like that funny. Right, a lot of red faces there. What was that one? A then says, I still think the one in the middle has a nip slip. Oh my goodness me. Right, JB, how now we're talking, Peter. That lady on your left is getting me excited for my divorce. On that lady on your left. So this is my left. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything because I'll rewind this tomorrow. You know, sometimes when you're in this sort of situation doing a stream and you think everything has gone well, you look at it in the cold light of day and you think, well, that went well. And you think, oh my God. Yeah, I'm sure Ed has the same thoughts when he's talking about, let's just say, the Black Forest in Germany. Right. Taxi Talal, I hope you can do some live streams from Thailand again. Well, I do plan to continue with the live streams because I've got a lot of regulars now. It's almost like a community here. And that sounds a bit corny, but it is actually true. But the problem for me in Thailand, because of the time difference, I mean, when do you do them? When I went on a vacation, I went for 3 weeks. I ended up staying for 5 weeks because I got infected, didn't I? But I thought to myself when I went out there, okay, it's going to be an effort, but I have to make the effort because I've got a lot of regulars in the stream now. And I thought, okay, I'm going to have to set the alarm clock for 3 o'clock and go live at 4 a.m. That way in the UK at that time, it would be 9 p.m. And I'm doing my regular stream. I mean, the quality of the stream was shit, but I did the stream and it went very well, actually. But I don't know how I'm going to do it long term. And I'm kind of thinking at the moment, Sunday is kind of looking like the day to do it. I mean, I used to do it on Saturday nights, but the problem with Saturdays, it's in the middle of the weekend. So I do it Fridays now, and I've got the weekend to do all the stories and everything. So I'm going to have to give it some serious thought. I will, of course, I'm going to carry on the live streams, but I don't know what format I'm going to do, you know, because I prepare all these videos and stuff because I'm in the UK now. Am I going to do that in Thailand? I don't know. I'm going to have to think about it. Okay. We're all here for the Buffalo song, aren't we? That's the cow. Yeehaw. Right, Javier, still up, mate? 0602 here in Pattaya. I'm off to bed, Peter. I'm naked. Too much information there, Javier. Have a great weekend, and thanks again for the live stream. Good night to everyone out there. Yeah, thanks for coming in, Javier. The naked bit, a little bit too much information there, but I know you're in a hot environment. Okay, Okay, Matthew. Yeah, cheers to everyone. Right, Shane or Traveller says, I'm off to work, lads. Enjoy. All right. Well, I'm off to bed soon, Shane. Let's just clear a few of these last comments. Okay. YouTube breaking up marriages now. Laugh out loud, yeah. I don't think you're allowed to say that word, Clive. It's a little bit, well, you know what I mean. Right, James. Is that dirt on my screen, or is that part of the middle girl's left nipple showing? No, it is part of her nipple is actually, it isn't dirt, no. Right, there's a new person in there. I haven't seen you in tonight. Tim Kiwi. I started watching Bangkok Pat's videos, really good. Yeah, well, I've recommended him since he had virtually no subscribers. I think he's up to 18,000. I will be doing some stuff with Pat when I'm in Bangkok. We've already agreed on that, and I think I'm doing some stuff with Trevor as well. But Trevor was supposed to call me last Sunday and he didn't, so you know. Right. How can I answer that? I don't know. Why only on Fridays? Yeah, that bounce is hypnotizing. You're talking about the manga video this week's. We're going to have a manga section every week now. I actually like the music. That's what it is. You know, when I keep playing it over and over and over. I mean, that girl's walking towards the camera. She's not particularly my type. She's a lovely looking girl and she's well equipped, as they say. But it's nice music. It's a nice little video. That's why I've played it so many times. Chet Brown says that girl looks so sexy. Okay, one more time. I mean, I've done it about 3 times. Last time tonight, guys. Mongers, you're not dismissed yet. Just hang on a little bit. Actually, let me just tell you something. I didn't realize it. When you watch that video, I know what you're looking at, but just look into her eyes. You know that thing on Little Britain. Look into my eyes. Look into my eyes. Just when you're watching it, look into her eyes. It is actually quite hypnotizing. You will now take out your wallet, remove your money, and be happy to give it to me. Yeah, you're right. It is quite hypnotizing. Okay. Right, JB, next time you need the toilet, Peter, no need to stop the stream. We can all join you and pretend we're at the urinal together. No, I'm not going to the toilet. I'm just watering the daisies. I told you, I'll go out there. It's hot tomorrow, so I'm watering the daisies. Who said I'm going to the toilet? Right. Dutch Frang, a monger is a gentleman who enjoys the company of a lady. Yes, absolutely. I don't think I'll ever be a monger. I'm 62 now. I'm going to be single for the first time. Would I have a relationship in Thailand? I would be very, very careful after all those stories. I'd probably be very, very nervous too. But I wouldn't put it out of the equation. But I don't think I'll be a monger. No. You know, well, let's leave it at that. Okay. Gemini Star. She's not Thai, is she? No, she's not Thai, but I just thought she was quite a sexy lady and the music's really nice. And I thought it was a nice sort of thing to put in there. It just doesn't have to be Thai, you know. Dutch Frank, I reckon she is literally a porn star. I've never seen. It's like I watch a lot of porn, isn't it? Right, rewind. Right, Clive, Peter, mate, kudos. Small books for me, laugh out loud. What's that? Small books for me, laugh out loud. To you, mate. Hope to meet you one night, dude. Yeah, absolutely. And if you're gone now, if you had a few too many, don't worry about it because I think most people are. We're down to 248 now, but a lot of people have gone to bed, and I should definitely be in bed as well soon. Right, I am Joy Price. How many cranes did you see behind her? Yes, you're right. I did notice that actually. So it's got to be somewhere like Spain, isn't it, where they do the the building works constant. Doc Strange, great greetings, Peter. Yeah, greetings to you, Doc Strange. Dutch Frank, Peter, can you put on the picture of the guy enjoying? Oh God, where's that gone? Enjoying the urinal. Oh, I don't have him. I don't have that anymore because I've replaced that with the Buffalo. That was I'll be back in a minute with a bit of jazz music. But you see, the thing is, have you ever noticed that McDonald's restaurant? This is going somewhere. So hang on in there. Have you ever noticed that McDonald's restaurants every sort of 3 to 5 years they have a renovation, don't they? And you think, well, why did they spend that money? Because they're very popular, aren't they? But the reason why they do that is because it's very easy for them to think business is good. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. In 20 years' time, can you imagine that McDonald's, what it looks like? It looks dated and old. Another burger place comes along and it just looks crap, doesn't it? So that relates to these videos. So if I put out the same videos every week with the same start, the same end, it's going to be that McDonald's story. So you have to change things to keep up to date, to keep fresh. And even my outgoing music tonight, I've changed. It's the same picture. The lovely Thai girl who kind of represents my channel is the same, but I've got a different song at the end of the night. And you might have noticed that the intro theme is different. And if you didn't, have a listen. See what I mean? Right. Okay. Let's move on. Mike, what happened with your wife? You haven't been looking at this channel very long, have you? We're separating. We've been together for 33 years. She's from South Korea. She's got an English passport in 2000. We love each other to bits. We're the best of friends. No nastiness, no lawyers. I'm paying her. I'm going to take care of her and my daughter, make sure they've got a nice house to live in. I'm going to Bangkok to live full time. And the sparkle has gone out the champagne glass. Nothing more than that. All right. Right. Paul. Place your bets, gents. Peter will say, but she is different when he is in Thailand. Yeah, you're talking about the lovely bar girl. She's different. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I might be telling my own story one day. I used to have a YouTube channel. I went to Thailand as a single man at 62. And guess what? Right, Dutch Frank. The old yellow plastic McDonald's looks better than the wood color renewed McDonald's. Yeah, I hear you. I know what you're saying. We've got one of those where I live here in Kettering, Northamptonshire. It's yeah, it's that wood kind of decoration. Right, Gemini says, I am a cautious monger. All right, I am Joy again. You're well into the old chat tonight. I am Joy. Yes, Mike. He already explained it a number of times. It's probably personal, and we don't need to know exactly. I don't mind sort of telling people in a roundabout way, but you know, just because I've got a YouTube channel doesn't mean I have to tell you the inside measurements of my trouser legs, does it? You know, I've already told you my wife and myself are separating. We still love each other. There's no nastiness, but we just decided to go on our own way. All right. Okay. I Am Joy actually sent me a pic. I don't know. Somebody must have took the picture for him, or he had 2 cameras. But he was sitting with a nice glass of red wine, and he was looking at his phone on YouTube. And guess what was on his phone? This handsome man here. Yeah. All right. Another one from you. All right. No, we've done that already. Shaggy Rogers says, I'm watching with my dog. Okay. Stephen says, to live Peter too, right? Yeah. You know, my time in the UK, I've done everything I was put on this planet to do. I was put here to reproduce. I've done that. I've got 2 lovely girls. And there's nothing for me in England now. I'm separating with my wife. And I want to live. I left school at 15. Okay, I've never had a day off work, and I'm not trying to get you guys to reach for the tissues. But I think I can honestly say I think I'm in the position now where I can say I deserve to have a few years in the sun. Why not? Why not? Right. Right. I didn't see it, Clive. Darn it! You skipped my dodgy comment. Let me just go and see if I can find it. All your comments are dodgy, Clive. I can't see it. It must have been some time ago. Wow. Was it that one? You're talking about. I mean, she does look pure filth, doesn't she? I mean, it's late night now, isn't it? Shouldn't be saying things like that. Right. Okay. I'm trying to get all serious now. Right. Okay. Yeah, you and me both. Okay. Tony Price. The bans for Thailand are more than 90 days, 1 year ban more, 1 year, 3 years ban for more, 3 years, 5. Okay, good information, because that's what I was That's what I was trying to get at earlier, but I just couldn't. I was kind of like wing it. I couldn't remember how long it was, and you've told us all now, so thank you for that. Right, Gemini Star, Peter's Thailand stream at 4 a.m. Thai time, 9 p.m. UK time, 4 a.m. Thai time. Yeah, I can't get up at the middle of in the middle of the night for the rest of my life in Thailand, though. That's a problem. What is a right? I'm not going to answer this, guys. If you're in the stream now, we've still got 250 people in here now. The question on screen is, what is a manga? Okay, have I got any videos that could describe a manga? I haven't. Guys, answer that question, please. What is a manga? Somebody's answered already. A manga is a gentleman who enjoys the company of a lady. No, it's a bit more than that, I think. Right, Glenn Hendricks. Top 3 Thailand bound, Steady Eddie and Bangkok Pat. The rest are in the dust. I don't know, Glenn. The thing is, I'm a long way from being one of the top ones. I mean, there's some big YouTubers in Thailand. You got, like I've already said, CB Media, the guy with the funny working for me or working for you or passing it on, whatever he calls himself. And then you've got Trevor, he's quite big. Everything Pacha, he's quite big. Riding for Kids, is it? Kicks, he's quite big. There's a lot of big channels. Right. To be, not to be. Pete, are you likely to get a good remortgage rate? Would you ever consider renting your house out? That's actually what I'm going to do, because at the moment, people are not buying the higher end houses. I've got a 4-bedroom standalone house with a double garage, and I've had it on the market, and I've had a lot of people, 10 people look at it, all good feedback. And I've sat down with the estate agent, who's a friend actually, and it's all been positive, nothing negative, but people are nervous. The cost of living, what's happening at the moment, fuel prices. People at the moment, he said the only houses that are selling, that are going on the market, are people who are divorcing, separating, or people who have died. So I'm struggling to sell my place right now. Now, I've got a very nice mortgage advisor, a girl who I deal with. And what I'm trying to do now, if I can make the numbers work, what I'm going to do is remortgage my house for the maximum equity. So I can give that money to my wife to buy something else for her and my daughter. And then I'll still keep this asset. There'll only be about 60 grand in equity left in it. But the thing is, I can rent it out, and the rent will more than comfortably pay the mortgage. And I'll have a slush fund. I'll squirrel away the extra. I won't touch the rent. So the rent, the extra, say I get, for easy numbers, say I get £300, £400 a month more than the mortgage. I shan't use that money as an income. What I should do is I should squirrel that away. And then if I have an empty period of 6 months, because the mortgage on this place where I live, interest only, would be about £850 a month, then I would put that away. So if I had 4 or 5 months where I didn't have any tenants, I could pay the mortgage, and any repairs could get taken care of as well. Because the last thing I want is to be stuck in Thailand, and I get in I have a problem. I can't pay these things. But renting seems to be the best option at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. A good plan, Peter, from I Am Joy. Yeah. Robert Gilbert, retired, working for you, big Thailand-based YouTuber. Yeah, I have come across him before. Right. Chetburn says, I like Trevor. Is he so positive and full of energy? Well, I spent about a week with Trevor in Pattaya. We had a good time. And yeah, he was a lot of fun. He took care of me. I don't need somebody to take care of me, but Trevor was very accommodating. Whereas when I arrived in Thailand, not in Thailand, sorry, when I arrived in Pattaya, he met me. He came to me. He didn't say, well, meet me in this bar over there. He actually said, well, where are you staying? I said, I'm staying in the Flipper Lodge in Soy 8. And he said, right, there's a bar restaurant across the road called the Sailor Bar. Right? No, I know, don't say it. I'll meet you in there. And he called me from there. And I spent a week with him. We went out every night. It was great fun. So fair play to Trevor. But he didn't call me on Sunday, so he needs a slap for that one. Right, Sue the Meditation. A monger is a guy who pays a lady to, a lady to leave after the deed. A sponsor is a guy who pays for them to stay. Yeah. Boohoo says, Chris CA working for you. Yeah, okay. Right. Errol Palmer, thank you for saying that. Pete, once again, your thumbnail makes my day. I'm glad you've said that, Errol, because a lot of people give me stick on my thumbnails. They say, like, I actually get a few messages from Western women who say like I'm a what was the last one I got on Tuesday? It was it was very descriptive. It said old perv. Was it old pervert or old perv? I'm an old perv. That's what they said. And a lot of people complain about those thumbnails because they said I'm like I can't think of the word now because I've had too much to drink. A bit of a pervert, basically. But you know, the guys, the way I look at it, right? You know, everybody likes to look at a pretty girl, don't they? They really do. And I'm not hurting anybody. Those thumbnails I put up there, people say, "Oh yeah, it's clickbait, it's clickbait." But the thing is, most of the people that come into my live stream are regulars. They're not. I get a few different faces, but most of them are regular. So whether I put a picture of that girl in the yellow bikini or a temple, I think I'd have the same people in it. It doesn't make any difference. The reason I use those thumbnails is because I like to look at them, and I think other people do. If it bothers people, they don't have to watch my videos, do they? That sounds a bit arrogant, but you know what I mean, right? They can always contact my refund department, as I always say. Right. Okay, Charles, thanks for that. I appreciate you being here. I really do. Clive, you said you were pissed. Hey, Peter, I lost my mind and walked away with mental illness. Is this like a pissed comment, or are you being serious now, Clive? Because I'm not sure. There's not a joke at the end of this, is there? Hey, Peter, I lost my mind and walked away with mental illness about 12 years ago. Laugh out loud. She has the house. I lost my mind. Okay, she has a house, and I walked away and had a mental breakdown. I'm now renting, and the ex is driving a Porsche. Okay, Clive, apologies. I didn't mean to take the piss. What can I say about that? Yeah, it's a tough deal. It really is. But what's important is you pick yourself up. It doesn't matter if you're renting or she's driving a Porsche, does it? At the end of the day, you were in a toxic relationship. It wouldn't have worked out. The Porsche is just a thing, isn't it? It's nice. I don't have a Porsche. If I seen a Porsche in the street, I think that's nice. I wish I had one of them. But my life won't change because I haven't got one of them. But at the end of the day, are you happier? I'm sure you are. You're watching this stream piss. So what? I'm getting there. Life moves on. I'm, you know, my wife and myself are separating. She definitely won't get a Porsche. That's for sure. But, you know, the mental breakdown bit worries me a little bit. But I'm glad you're obviously over it now. Well, semi over it. I'm glad you are. Right. You know, I was just reading this comment now and I thought, oh my God, I've gone 2 hours, nearly three. It's a 4-hour stream, isn't it? I've gone 3.5 hours and I haven't had any trolls in except Dave the Rave. Here's another one, but it wasn't. I only read the first 2 words. But yeah, thank you, Stephen. I'm not young, that's for sure. Right, I am Joy. A monger is actually a fishmonger. Yeah, we've had this before. But it's now, right, a monger is actually a fishmonger, but is now a person who promotes a specified activity, situation, or feeling, especially one that is undesirable or what's that word? Descriptable, warm. Right. I vote your comment to go in the Oxford English Dictionary because it's the most sensible explanation we've had tonight. And I wish I'd read it earlier before I'd had 3 beers or 4 beers. Right. Okay. Are we still going? Robert Gilbert. The only YouTube channel I watch all the time is Thailand Bound. Good job. Robert, do you mean that? Thank you for that. I do. I know I keep saying I appreciate that, but I really do. And I don't know why. I don't do anything so special, do I? Right. To be, not to be. Pete, will it be easy for you to get a BLT? I'm just looking over on that screen because I've got a super chat there. I'll put that up in a minute. Right. Pete, will it be easy for you to get a buy-to-let mortgage as you need personal earnings to 25k, I think, minimum? And no, the thing is, I own 75-80% of my property already. It's not like I'm putting down the minimum, you know. They look at that. And my wife's got a full-time job. Well, she's not gone on it. Why did I say that? My income, I've just paid £4,000 in personal tax, so that'll give you an idea of to pay £4,000 when you're self-employed. I don't want to go too personal, but I'm going to be able to do it. I'm going to be able to do it. Right. I won't get any super chats now. Everyone's going to say this guy's paid for. He's using our super chats to pay his tax bill. Oh, I hate it. My Thailand Bound. Let me just do this super chat. Hang on, I'll come back to that. Paul, what currency is RST 2,500? I don't know what it is, but If it was US dollars, I'd be going on a holiday tomorrow, wouldn't I? But Paul, thank you very much. Thank you, mate. I do appreciate it. Right, we were talking about my tax, weren't we? I forgot what I was saying. Every time I get a super chat there, no, what I was going to say to you is when I'm talking about I paid £4,000 in tax, people are going to say, oh, I'm not going to send this guy any super chat. He's paying his tax bill with it, but I'm not, guys. Honestly, it goes into the Thailand slush fund. Right, I've still got 250 people in there, and I was going to sign off, but you know what? Let me do this. Those daisies are dry. All right. Okay. Look, we've been going for about 3.5 hours now, guys. I've had about 4 beers and a few shots of whiskey that Matthew Alcorn put a gun against my head and made me have. So I'm going to call it a night real soon. But before we go,
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
Jesus Christ. Right. Okay. Let's do a few more comments, and we'll call it a night. Okay. Right, I am Joy. Love the name To Be or Not To Be. Yeah, but this is where I got tripped up. There's no or in it. It's to be, not to be. Reminds me of Spike Milligan Hamlet said to, is it Othello? I want to draw your face in pencil. You prefer to be or not to be. Okay, but there is no or in it. Just picking points there. Clive, right. When I had a breakdown, I went to Benza's in the south of France, Peter, mate. I just walked away, met a French bird and went on a 6-month bender. Obviously went back to England and met the Thai wife. Well, that's great that you got a Thai wife. Maybe one day I'll be on this stream and saying, guys, I want you to meet my Thai wife, Knock. I've given her all my money. Everything's going to be okay. And I've got a house in Isan. I don't know. I doubt it, though. Yeah, absolutely. Yeehaw! That's the new intermission. Okay, Paul, I only tuned in out of curiosity. Here I am 3 hours. I get that a lot, you know. I had a guy, you know, the story. I got some more stories in the morning, by the way. But I had a guy. He left a comment, and I get this quite often. A guy left a comment, and the video he watched was called 20 Things Not to Do in a Go-Go Bar. And his comment said, I seen a picture of some pretty girls. I clicked on it, and there was this old English dude. I was going to leave, but he actually started talking sense, or like it was interesting. I don't know what it was. It wasn't my brother. He actually said that. And I get that a lot where people accidentally come to the channel and they get hooked, which I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. But yeah, Paul, we're on every Friday 9 p.m. I'm a bit past it now. Look, I've been on these. But it just proves I enjoy it as well, doesn't it? Else I wouldn't be here. I think the only other guy I know who gets sloshed on his live stream is Ed Sweeney, but he doesn't do 4 hours. Okay. Only in Thailand, Thai young lady in the picture is thanking the buffalo for throwing another sickie. Yep, absolutely. Okay. Soothing meditation. Dutch Frank, I reckon she's a tourist and got charged 250 baht to enter the park. Yeah. Yeah. You're having a go at me now, aren't you? Fair play. Right. Yeah, I know. I haven't yet, though, have I? So you're not right yet. You said no way you're going for 4 hours. I'll tell you what it is. It's so difficult sometimes, you know. I've come on this channel, on this stream before, and somebody has said something that's really wound me up at the beginning, pissed me off, and I didn't want to go very long, and I did like an hour and a half, and I signed off, which is wrong. But when I'm, you know, when you guys are sort of engaging in some decent questions and I can get into them, and I'm having a drink and it's easy going, I enjoy it as much as you do, so I keep going. There was a guy about 3 weeks ago. I was talking about there was you know, in America they're very no, let me say this right, so I get more shit. You know, when you're talking about racism, you've got to be really careful how you talk about people of color. That's what they say in America, right? In the UK, people of color are not offended by the terminology we use in the UK. And what we say is, we would say he's a colored person, right? And that's accepted here. It's not offensive. And people of color here in the UK, they're okay with that. You know, they're not, they're not in America. They're in the UK, and this is just common, right? And I had people in America, and they said, "Oh, mate, buddy, we're not in the 1960s now. You know, are you carrying a cross and a rope in the boot of your car?" And it's like, it's not like that. You know, it's just, my wife's Korean, so I'm not a racist. I've got friends who are of color. I'm being really careful now. But in America, they're so touchy about the way you say it, and it's like, it seems to me like it's over the top sometimes. You know, look, if you're watching this and you are like Black Bolt, he calls himself Black Bolt, right? But if I said that, I would offend people. I'm going to move over I'm going to get some stick for this tomorrow. Right, let's change the subject. Right, bigger stickers in loving this stream, Pete. It's 9:30 a.m. here, so as sober as a judge, but we'll catch up to you in the blood alcohol content tonight. Cheers for a great stream. Yeah, thanks. So you're saying it's 9:30 where you are. Let me see. Are you in Thailand? So now it's 12:30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're not in Thailand. So and bigger stickers is a totally British kind of Monty Python kind of name. So I'm wondering where you are. Let me know before you go. I am Joy again. Wish me luck, guys. Been with the missus 9 years, and we're getting married on the 16th. Send us some pictures. I am Joy. I'd love to see it. Is that her there? She looks lovely. When I put my picture up in Thailand, it'd be me and Benji the Beagle. Right, Stephen. Cause it literally exactly the same thing. We need to bring back common sense. Yep, absolutely. Dutch Frank, sound of the Manga Honga. Sick Kwan. Okay. I'm watching you from here in the rural countryside of southern Thailand, enjoying watching you. So the thing is, you're there with a cup of coffee because it's early morning in Thailand now, isn't it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 6:30 a.m. in the morning. It's kind of hot, as it always is in Thailand. Enjoying the stream. Thank you for enjoying the stream. Good to have you here. But I've had 4 beers, a few whiskeys. I'm probably slurring a little bit, red-faced, and you're still here. So thank you for that. Right. Okay, great. I'm glad we've got some Americans like coming in and responding to this. Jesse Hughes says, in America, we just say black people. Do you know what? I'm really, look, the old fingers going now. I'm really surprised at that, Jesse, because one of the videos I made about a guy called Desmond, I made the name up. Now, the first thing people had to go at me about, I wish I never made that video, but the first thing people had to go at me said, "Oh, that's a cliche name. Why didn't you call him Michael or Peter or John or Stephen? Desmond is so black," or whatever. And in the video, I said, and he had said it, the guy who sent me the story, who was a man of color, said to me, "I'm a black guy who goes to Pattaya." He told me that, so I described it as that, and I had so much flack over it. Now, Jesse, you're saying in America we just say black. We say that in the UK as well. We say the black guy or the colored guy. It's not offensive. They don't get. It's like, I'm going to stop now, because what's going to happen is I'm going to say one word that's wrong, and I'm going to get so much shit. Right, Chris V. I first caught you 2 years ago. Are you now got me going back to Thailand? Looking forward to it immensely. Haven't been for 6 years. You should go back, Chris. The picture of Spitfire there, that is a Mark. That's one of the later ones. That's a Mark 21 or Mark 22, because it's got the longer fuselage there. So you got, is that the Merlin engine in it, or the? Oh, I'm going off course here, right? All right. You can tell what I'm into, can't you? Right. Okay. Yeah. Paul Scratch says, absolutely. Look at Chocolate Man in Thailand. You wouldn't get away with a name like that in the UK, but it's just how Thai women affectionately referred. Absolutely. And I explained this on one of my streams once. I said, look, if I went to Thailand and I said Chocolate Man, I would get arrested maybe. But in Thailand, all the people in Thailand, they're like the girls, you go around the bar, they say that. And it's not meant in a derogatory way. It's like saying It's saying, like, say it was me, white man, white man. They're just describing how I am. But people in America get so offended over this. And look, if you're American and you're watching this on the rerun, I'll apologize in advance. All right. I'm not trying to be offensive. It just seems so politically correct for us in the UK. I'm going to move on again. I keep saying I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on. Right. Picture again. Ed Sweeney's 20 stone. That's a great picture. Ed Sweeney's 20 stone wife back in England. Come to Thailand with me. I've had enough of Ed. All right. Let's get away from this race thing because I'm going to get so much shit tomorrow over this. And I'm trying to talk my way out of it to say I haven't done anything wrong, but I'm going to get shit. Right. That's a good idea. Boohoo. Design a Manga flag. It'd be like, you know, I've got it in my head right now. I just can't describe it here. Right. It's going to be a 4-hour stream, isn't it? It will end. Guys, believe me, it will end at 4 hours or before. It will not go 1 minute over. Okay. But I tell you what, guys, it's still 244 in. I had over 400 in. A lot of guys. Oh, he's back again. Let Mr. Sex Site. Let me just block him again. And he'll come back with something else. You know, there's still 245 in. Somebody said to me once, I worry too much of Dutch Farang. I'll show that. Somebody said I worry too much about the numbers. I don't. I just like to know how many people are watching, because if I suddenly look and there was nobody here, why would I carry on talking, right? What time is it anyway? 20 to 1. All right. I won't say anything on that. Mazza, my problem is I do genuinely enjoy it. A lot of guys in Thailand who do streams and videos, you'll see they're actually just going through the motions. It's like, you know, I've got a YouTube channel, I've got to do a stream, you know, to keep people happy. But I actually get into it. I really enjoy it. Jolly Fox, Peter, the US is too politically correct. I don't look. I've been to America. I've actually got American friends. Michael, who runs AGV Sports. I'd like to think we're quite good friends now. And I do respect Americans. I've been there a couple of times, but I just hate the whole. I'm trying to get away from this subject, but I'm going to get away from it. Right. Smoother meditation. They call us Farang, which means white man. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's not offensive. Look, if I can't get out of this now, if I was in a room with 20 guys and they were all Chinese and somebody came in and said, I'm looking for the white guy because there's a phone call and 19 of them are the Chinese, I wouldn't be offended because he's identified me. I am the white guy, right? Right. Barry from EastEnders. I haven't seen you in the stream tonight. Welcome. Coloured is very old-fashioned and not really used now. I would shudder a bit if I heard it. Yeah. You know, this is why I didn't want to get into it. Right. Hey, then. Manga Flam. Maybe the old Thai Air logo before they loop the length off. Yeah. Let me just play with this because this is going to go off. Right. We're all right now. Paul, what's the saying? It's a flight 5 o'clock somewhere. Keep going. Yeah, well, I am going to keep going, Paul, for now, which I'll regret tomorrow because I'm going to get some stick, aren't I, about Desmond. Right, I'm enjoying it. It's because it's like a chat with the lads and the local works for me. It is, absolutely. But then the problem is, you know, we're all in the same sort of mood at the moment because we've had a drink or whatever. And then tomorrow people will watch this when they're having their coffee and they think, did he really say that? But, you know, guys, if you're one of those people who are in America and you watch it, I'm absolutely not trying to offend you. And like I said 10 minutes ago, I apologize in advance if I did offend you. It's just a chat. And I'm just telling you how things came across. Okay. Right. To be, not to be. It's like nobody says puff anymore. I wish I hadn't read that, but yeah, absolutely. And there's another word as well that nobody says anymore. Right. Yeah. Okay. I only just found out what a Karen meant. I only found out about 2 weeks ago. Have you heard that expression? It's like an angry Karen. If you go on YouTube, it says an angry Karen gets what she deserved, or Karen's out of control. And I thought, what's this Karen business? And what it is, you know, you get these like school mums who like bully their way through in a car, or they, you know, they're so opinionated and they shout, and they're, you know, the nickname for them nowadays is she's a Karen. I didn't know that. I just found that out. Paul again. Okay, I think it's time to change the topic, guys. I think question: what 4 phases do you think should be learnt before going to Thailand? Oh, that's a bit. Come back with that one, Paul, next night at the start of the stream, because I can't get into that now. It's too serious. Peter, that bird on the left. Yeah, all right. Jolly Fox, yeah, agreed. Everyone here is too sensitive. No, they're not here. They're not sensitive here, but outside of the stream, you know, if the wrong person watches it, they can get really offended. Like I said to you before, there was a when I told that story about the man of color in Thailand, he was telling me a story that everybody called him Chocolate Man. I didn't say that. He told me that, and I called him Desmond. And people, it wasn't only America actually. People said that I picked that name because it's a cliche name. Taxi to Lao, thank you very much. Great effort with the stamina. You will have a great retirement in time. I hope I have got some stamina. I hope I will be reporting the stamina when I'm in Thailand. Right. Thank you, Taxi Talal. I do know your name because you told me in an email, but I won't repeat it here. I'm just trying to work out this joke, if it is a joke. Will Smith. I knew a lovely Chinese lady called Ling Ling. So that's not a joke. You must have known somebody called Ling Ling. Or is it a joke that I'm not getting? Right. Soothing meditation. Manga flag is the soy 6 with a backdrop of an ATM, a Visa, and MasterCard on each side. Do you know what? Let me make a note of that, because I'm gonna, let's make a manga flag, right? Because I'm quite good with graphic programs. I'm 62, but that's my hobby. I like everything internet, and I've learned a graphics program. I can do all that. All my thumbnails are done by myself. Manga flag, right? Let's see if we can get that going for next week. Not promising, I'll try. Right. Okay. Doc Strange, as an American, UOI are fine. I understand UOI. Okay. Like I said, I'm not trying to offend you, and it's nothing against Americans, but you do seem to have some pretty radical kind of you seem to be a lot stricter than Europe, if that makes sense, in that way. And nobody is out to offend anybody. It's just certain things are taken in the wrong way in America as opposed to the UK. Right. Clive, well, I'm glad about that, mate, because I've been gone for nearly 4 hours. Because if you came in here and said this is a load of shit tonight, I would have been disappointed. Mazza, I'm an African Irish. Well, do you know what? I've actually got Irish heritage. I can't get the word. I've had too much to drink. I've actually got some Irish in me myself. Right. That came out wrong. My mother comes from Southern Ireland. My mother was born. My mother comes from a place called Athy, which is Athy, which is near County Kildare. It's a long story. I didn't grow up with her. Right. Okay. Will Smith says Ling Ling was always on her phone. I still don't get it. Right. Gemini Star Peter, stop being so yeah, absolutely. Stop being so politically correct when you're amongst friends. All right. But it's who watches it tomorrow. Right. I enjoy again. Prefer Viagra eye drops at my age, mate. Make me look hard. Yeah. Okay. The old ones are always the best. Should we do joke of the week again? No, we won't. Right. Doc Strange, put it on a shirt. Yeah, that'd be quite good actually, wouldn't it? Have a Thailand bound manga t-shirt and make a t-shirt. Maybe I'll sell a few. We got anyone in? Yeah, still got 250 in. Why are there no churches in Pattaya? There are churches in Pattaya. There are actually. I don't know if this is a start of the joke and there's going to be a punchline, but there are actually Catholic churches in Pattaya. Right. You know, I always say I don't read the comments. I just put them out and read them up. At this time of night, I am. I'm like, I'm reading them and then putting them. That's why I smile before I put it up. Right. Taxi Life says, love it, Pete. Can upgrade to 4-pack of Kronenberg now. I've done 4 already. Do you know what, Wayne? I actually did. I actually do know that. I'm not trying to be a know-it-all, but I did know Hopkins is a Welsh name because my surname is actually Hopkins. I did know that is a Welsh name, right? Hey then, got it. Ring ring, Chinese pronunciation. Ling. Okay, ling ling. Okay, yeah, you've had less than me. I get it now that you've explained it to me. You still here, dog? Peter, are you planning to get yourself a Thai wife? No, I'm not planning. It's not in the plan. It's not like, right, book the flight, get a hotel, buy a new suit, get a Thai wife. I'm taking the mickey now. No, what I would say is this. I'm definitely not going to be a Manga because of my age. I could be, I suppose, but I'm not really into that. I'm going to be very, very cautious because I've read out all these stories. I'm very suspicious now. If I met somebody who liked me as much as I liked her, it would be nice to have somebody I could put on the back of a motorbike and take the war in, or similar. Right, Johnny, I love this name, Johnny Vikinson again. Peter, you can't offend anyone. If people gets offended, they choose to get offended themselves. No, you can, because different standards for different countries. Like I said to you in the beginning, and I wasn't joking. In the UK, we can describe certain groups in a certain way, which is acceptable. But if you say that in another country, it can be offensive. Now, that doesn't mean to say I'm being offensive in purpose to those people in that country. It just comes across that way because it's different rules, if that makes sense. Hater Spitfire, that's a strange name. Peter, you have to stop using the word colour when referring to a black person because it goes back to the slavery days. Yeah, all right. See, I wish I hadn't brought this up now. It's getting into one of those, isn't it? Jason he brings it up to get his full sympathy. No one cares about saying coloured, but it's just brain dead to say. He brings it up to get his full sympathy. I don't know. No, he's not talking about me. He's talking about the guy in the story. Ling in Thai means monkey. All right. I've got more people coming to the stream now. I can't believe it. Right. Hey, then. The patio churches must have their pews, yeah, full of confessional. Father, I have sinned, yes, but did you enjoy it? Yeah, I remember as a kid, I was raised in a Catholic environment. And when I went to school, our teachers were nuns and we had Bible studies and we had to go to confession. I remember, I'm not joking now. I remember we used to have to go to confession once a week. I think it was a Wednesday morning, if I remember. And we were very, very young. And you go in and you say, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned since the last 7 days. I have. And I remember going in one time and I thought I haven't done anything wrong. And the priest is on the other side of the wall there. And he said, yes, my son, Peter, what have you done since last week? And I'm thinking, I actually lied. I should have said, Father, I've lied in confession because I haven't done anything wrong, because I felt guilty that I hadn't done anything wrong. And I was saying, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been 7 days since I've been to confession. I didn't go to bed when my mother told me to go to bed. And I did go to bed. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned because I messed around with myself. And I was so young, I hadn't messed around with myself. But, that's religion sometimes. That's religion. Right. Oh, he's back again. Mr. Sex Site blocked. God, he must have so many usernames, this guy. Right. Let me, Sam Taylor, I haven't seen you in tonight. What advice do you give to someone looking for a Thai bride asking for a friend? I like that. Asking for a friend. Yeah. All right. What advice would I give looking for someone for a serious partner, basically? What I would say, the first thing I would say, and I've got no shame in telling you this, is go back to look at one of my very early videos called "Is Your Thai Girlfriend Genuine?" or "Was She a Thai Bar Girl?" or "Was She working in the entertainment industry?" Because there's a lot of tips there. What advice would you give someone looking for a Thai bride? Do you know what? Email me. I will tell you one-on-one, because I don't want to say here, because there's a lot of things I can tell you. Right, there's my email address. I'll keep it up there for a short time. You can rewind. Remind me that you asked me this in the live stream. I'll do it on a one-on-one. Okay, I'm not a service. I'm not a You know, I'm not providing a service for questions, but on this particular questions, I will write back to you and let you know. Okay, right. Oh God, this guy again. Naked best adult dating site. Yeah, all right, we're convinced. Massive Coconuts. I've seen you in before, but not for ages. What's going on here? I normally watch these not live. Came back from a night out, and you're still on. What's going on, Massive Coconuts? Is I'm still on a night out. I was going to knock off about 2 hours ago, but people keep encouraging me not to knock. Jesus, is it 1 o'clock in the morning? I'm going to go soon. Clive, you keep saying that. I'm really drunk. That's all right. Yeah, absolutely. Have I got any thumbs up tonight? Let me look on the other screen. 196. That's quite good, actually. Right. Oh, God, he's back again. This guy, block user. There's a guy who's advertising sex sites, and he keeps using new usernames. Do you know what? I don't want to sound ignorant. I am Joy, but I don't know what that word means. The last word, K-A-V, cave Nori. Does that mean you live in a cave? I told you I left school when I was 15, really. Right. Soothing meditation. Looking for a girl who is a great cook, cleans the house, and is amazing in bed. I hope neither of these girls meet. All right. Yeah, the old one's always the best. Right. Taxi allowed. Stream going longer than a Jimmy Connors tennis match. All right. Nothing wrong with that. You can go to bed whenever you want. Boohoo put an app on her phone. And what, you know, I know I'm promoting my own videos, but go back and watch that video. What's it called now? It's called something like, did your girlfriend work in the entertainment zones before? Something like that. Hang on, let me just... Right. Clive, I'm not going for 8 hours, mate. I've got to sleep. I'm not superhuman. Right. Hey, then, we want the 4 hours and the party popper and whistle. Well, you got 4 minutes for that, but before the 4 minutes...
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
That's nice. Right. Anthony, is it Chichen? Same, say you like Fab. Yeah, okay, mate. Do you know what's really interesting this time in the morning, right? I've been going for about 4 hours now, and I've had a few drinks. I'm like, oh, I've got to go to bed soon. But it's been fun. But I've noticed new people coming in towards the end, and they must be coming in thinking, Jesus Christ, this guy's been going for 4 hours, and he's absolutely blotto. What sort of a stream is this? Like this guy. No, you were in earlier, actually. David. Peter, you said you will not go over 4 hours, so you have 4 minutes left. Yeah, absolutely, David. I won't. And you're probably waiting there like with a stopwatch thinking, but I won't. It's been a good stream, hasn't it, guys? I mean, I really enjoy it, and I appreciate all the super chats that you did for me. And there's a few people had a few too many on here, including myself. But we'll do it all again next Friday. Paul, you're still here. I was meant to be getting up at 8 a.m. Guess that's... Don't blame me. It's not my fault. It's self-inflicted. Right. Christ, this is an old comment. It means large open space. Are you talking about mangas? Bob B says, nice live. Yeah, thank you for that. Right, Sam Taylor. I haven't seen you for a while. I keep saying that every time you put a chat up. Saturday evening confession, Sunday morning religious teaching, and then mass Sunday evening coming home to watch the... All right? They're bloody... You know, I was going to go to bed. The numbers are going up now. I've got the numbers here, and it was going down and down and down. I've got the breakfast crew in now, but I can't stay up. Right, Jaden, just hopped in here again in Texas. Marathon stream. It really is. It really is. Right, we've got 2 minutes. Right, we've got 2 minutes to go, guys. Let's end with all the little videos I did at the beginning of the stream that are fun. Right, let's do this. Let me get rid of that. There's some guys who are coming late, so it doesn't matter. I'm going off. I've got 2 minutes. Let's do all these, right? Australia first. Fantastic. Let's do this.
He's so dumb. Look at Molly. She's like, I don't know what to do. She's lying too. Take one thing. She just...
I didn't even notice it had finished. I was looking at Clive's comments over here. It's finished. All right, and this one.
Look at that cat. Look at that cat. It's like Jabba the Hutt.
I'm going to go in a minute. I'm going to finish with one more, but I just want to go on to Black Bolt's comment there. It says, Peter, maybe you can interview Apple on the next stream. Apple is the taxi driver that I use, a female Thai lady. Very nice. Speaks a bit of English. If you want a number, I can give it to you. You can use her when you're in. Use her. I mean, you can book her taxi. But yeah, great idea, Black Bolt. Okay. And before I go, I've got to do this, of course. Before I carry on with this, remember you should be looking into her eyes, right? It's hypnotizing, someone said. Nowhere else, just her eyes. Guys, what a way to end the stream. Manga's dismissed.